Mr. President, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you, and good morning to all. We're going to get started. We have a pretty long day today. But before we begin the public hearing, I will make the following announcement. Due to the continuing threat to public health from COVID-19, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Inquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now know that the hour has come. Mr. McDermott, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are present, just say a couple of words to make sure that your image is displayed on the screen. Mr. McDermott, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bass.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and the City of Philadelphia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues in the City of Philadelphia. I'm present.
Good morning.
Good morning, council president, colleagues, and the City of Philadelphia present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gautier.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues in Philadelphia present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the City of Philadelphia.
Good morning.
Councilmember Green.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues, and to all the attendees in the City of Philadelphia. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gim. Councilmember Johnson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Councilmember Jones.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and members of the administration. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember O.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Parker.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues in viewing public.
Good morning.
Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues.
Councilmember Squilla.
Morning.
And Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
And Council President Clark.
And good morning to you all. We have established a quorum, so we have now come to order. This is the continued public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 220, 284, 220, 285, 220, 286, 220, 287, 220, 288, 220, 240, and resolution number 220, 330. Mr. McDermott, please read the titles of the bills and resolutions on the agenda today.
Bill number 220284, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2023 to 2028 inclusive. Bill number 220285, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2023 capital budget. Bill number 220286, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2023. Bill number 220287, an ordinance amending section 101001 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Fees of Commissioners and Records to increase certain fees for the recording of deeds and mortgages and related documents under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 220288, an ordinance amending section 191403 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Imposition of Tax by creating a Philadelphia County Demolition Fund to increase and encourage economic development by demolishing blighted properties within the city, imposing a related fee for recorded documents and related items, and making technical changes all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 220240, an ordinance substantially increasing the budget and number of areas and neighborhoods around the city served by the Community Life Improvement Program, CLIP, to improve the health, safety, and cleanliness of every neighborhood and enhance quality of life for all residents. And resolution number 220300, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2023 through 2027 and incorporating revised changes with respects to fiscal year 2022, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority, the authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council approved by the mayor on January 3rd, 1992, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you so much, Mr. McDermott. Today, we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2023, the capital program, and a forward-looking capital program for fiscal 2023 through fiscal 2028. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded, and because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. So by continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available on Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this particular purpose. This morning, we will hear testimony from the Philadelphia Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, the Defenders Association, and this afternoon we will hear testimony from the 1st Judicial District, the Law Department, and the Sheriff. So needless to say, we have a pretty long agenda today, so we're going to get right to it. The first person to testify is Mr. McDermott.
Danielle Outlaw, Police Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, are you connected?
I am here. Good morning.
Good morning. And just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Certainly. Council President Clark and members of the City Council and the City of Philadelphia. Again, good morning. My name is Danielle Outlaw, and I'm the Police Commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Department. Joining me today from the PPD Executive Team are Christine Coulter, Deputy Commissioner of Organizational Services, Joel Dales, who's the Deputy Commissioner over Patrol Operations, Leslie Morant, who's our new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Benjamin Nash, who's our Deputy Commissioner over Investigations, Michael Garvey, who's the Director of the Office of Forensic Science, Robin Wimberly, who's Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Professional Responsibility, and Blake Norton, our Chief Strategy Officer. Aside from our executive team, also with us and available for questions are our Regional Operational Command North and South Chief Inspectors, Michael McCarrick and James Kelly, and lastly, our Director of Research and Analysis, Kevin Thomas, all of whom are here to turn on their cameras and answer any questions if necessary. But with that, given my complete written testimony was previously submitted, and I know we have a lot to get to today, I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Council President. We're here and are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that abbreviated testimony. Hopefully, the other members testifying today take note. Thank you so much. I want to get in a couple of questions, Commissioner, and I'm actually going to start out with, guess what? Residency issue. So there's been a lot of conversation back and forth about this whole issue with respect to residency and the enactment of the City Council legislation a couple of years ago relating to that. Things have dramatically changed over a number of years, but at the end of the day, the level of interest in terms of implementing the residency legislation in the city of Philadelphia was strong. The vote was strong, and we wanted to encourage as much as possible to have a force that reflected the demographics of the city, also that people understood the culture. And I'm not going to get into all of the back and forth, so I will move forward. But in your testimony, you referenced the fact that police forces across the country, I mean, this is not a Philadelphia thing, so that's why I always question whether or not that's the real issue with respect to recruitment, because at the end of the day, you can go just outside the county, right, where they don't have residency issues and they're having difficulties recruiting police officers. So I don't know why in Philadelphia it's only an issue with respect to residency, but there being that. In the testimony and the briefings that we've had leading up to this conversation, we got information with respect to your recruitment process and the minimal amount of dollars that you put in recruitment. I think the number was $10,700 or something that seemed to be very small. In subsequent hearings this particular budget season, we had a conversation with Mr. Zaccagni from HR, and he indicated that that the police department had a separate recruiting process on their own, and then later on in the testimony, he suggested that they did help. So what are we going to do to enhance our recruitment for the local residents per the law? In terms of dollars, in terms of strategies, in terms of using other individuals, because we know that, Philadelphia's traditional website is, looked at by some, but not by most. So can you quickly, just kind of tell me, what are we going to do to get a pool, and then that's adequate of residents?
And I appreciate that question, Mr. President. I didn't provide a brief summary of what our proposed operating budget was for fiscal year 23. But it's about a 23.7 million increase, just over 3% of an increase over fiscal year 2022. And the proposed budget, the increase is due to the implementation of new labor agreements between the city and respective unions, funding to continue the police mobility project, and upgrades in the Office of Forensic Science to include an increase in staffing of 8 positions. Also, those are 5 positions in the Aviation Fund and 3 in the Mobility Project. I'm sharing that with you because although we've had some lengthy conversations around boosting funding around our recruitment efforts, I would leave that to Marissa Waxman to cover why those funds weren't included in the proposed budget. I will tell you in the meantime, though, and because it happened so recently, we're not able to tell you whether or not it's successful. The Civil Service did grant us a waiver for the residency requirement. And I also requested that the Civil Service Board approve an age requirement modification that I made, and that was lowering the age to 20.3. So that applicants have to be 21 by the time that they graduate from the police academy, which is approximately 9 months. I'm hoping that if approved by the ad board in May, this will make us not only with the waiver of the residency requirement, but the lowering of the age will make us more competitive, not just nationally, but here in the region, because other agencies here in the region where we're losing people to have an age requirement of 22. So that's what some of the things, in addition to, the workshops we're providing with various phases of the test, and then also working with the state on the reading test and all the other things that we've mentioned before. Those are some of the newer things that we have in the works now. But for specific questions about funding as it relates to recruiting and marketing, I would have to turn that back over to Marissa.
Hi, Marissa Waxman, Budget Office. Did you want me to respond to that now, or?
The police department spent 10.7. I don't even know from a percentage perspective if that registers on their, on their budget, on their overall budget. And I'm just trying to understand, what we're going to be doing to enhance expenses. We just did a 211. I think we just did a 211 radio buy on 3 of the stations in the city of Philadelphia to promote 211, which is another, hopefully, crime-fighting tool. And I think we ended up spending that much just on those commercials, right? And that's a short term. So what are we doing, and how much are we going to recommend that we spend for recruitment for the police department?
And obviously, we are happy to continue this conversation about allocating either more or reallocating within the police department budget. One of the things, unfortunately, with being understaffed, it means that there is some extra class 100 this year. You guys are looking right now at a mid-year transfer ordinance that reallocates some of that underspend for, say, the $600,000 for the DNA backlog analysis. So we're happy to continue having conversations about, through this budget process, either existing or additional funds for police recruitment. I do also want to highlight that we did add funds into central OHR so that they could develop and stand up different types of recruitment things they're working on, like they're trying to get to the mobile recruitment situation so that they can go into the neighborhood. So we're looking at different ways to do recruitment and then bring best practices that we're looking at centrally to various departments, including police as well.
So you don't, I mean, that sounds like we don't have a specific number.
No, we're happy to continue talking through this process about what would be effective.
I mean, all right, I don't want to keep beating this point up. I would like the police department, along with HR, who does that for a living, to recruit, to have a defined strategy and a defined budget and a defined timeline. So we are in the midst of budget process where we make these decisions policy-wise. So I'm just trying to get a sense today. I mean, I'm assuming that you all know somebody was going to bring this issue up, that we have a strategy. I mean, is there a strategy? And is there a budget request for these issues? And if it's not, I mean, I'll ask something else. But I'm a little kind of dismayed, to be honest with you. That's a zero or what?
Council President, if I may, the police department did submit a justification for a budget of, I believe, $125,000 for recruitment for this year. We're still working with the city to try to find how we will secure the funding for that.
That's what I thought. I didn't want to give the answer. I thought I was waiting for somebody over here. So to 125, and I know I'm over my time already, but it's not all my fault. The 125 will be utilized. Is it broken down into, for radio? Is it broken down into social media? Because we have to do things a little differently in today's world. Is it broken down into talking to young people in school, or, I mean, how are we going to do this?
Yes, it is. And we can circle back. And again, I know Marissa said we'd be happy to discuss this further. We can share what we submitted and go from there. But yes, we do have a recruitment strategy, but it did call for additional funding.
All right. Okay. And I really would like to see it laid out, because we can actually be helpful. Some of us, might want to actually get engaged in that. But I really do think that people in the city of Philadelphia understand the city of Philadelphia should be the ones that put the badge and the gun on. They have the appropriate perspective when they have to interact with our citizens. Real quick, and I know I'm way over my time. I'm sorry, colleagues. Again, it's not all my fault. We went to number of council members. We went to Chester maybe a year or so ago, and we saw what we believe to be a very interesting process down in Chester. And it talked about, everybody working together, which we all talk about, but sometimes don't practice. But it talked about everybody working together, and they were able to have a significant decrease in violent crime in the city of Chester. And as we moved forward and got closer to budget hearing, we actually checked, and their numbers are still down. So it clearly is working. And we talked to both yourself, and I know the DA got engaged because the Delaware County DA brought his name up in the press conference, which was, What are we replicating that? And I know it was said to us that we have something similar here. We called it something different, but what are we doing here? It seems to be, and I know Chester is like the size of a ward, a Philadelphia ward, but the bottom line is, it's a demographically comparable city. So we would like to know, what are we doing at a broader scale to kind of keep these numbers down, tamp them down, and create a different environment here?
Sure. We can explain what we're doing on the police side, which is the law enforcement side. But it's the same strategy. It's just called different things depending on where you go. Some places it's ceasefire, some places it's focused deterrence. Here it's pinpoint. That's what the pinpoint strategy is. But the key to this is ensuring alignment across the board. And it's also ensuring that we are pouring resources simultaneously into the same locations. So again, while we don't speak for the services side of the house, we do meet weekly, we meet monthly, we meet very regularly with all of our key stakeholders. But again, I can't stress enough that there has to be alignment across the board, from not just in the criminal justice system, but also in sync with services, key stakeholders as well, which I think we have.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll be looking. So I've been on here for quite a while. I'm going to actually pass the baton, but I'm going to come back because I got a lot of questions like a lot of other members do. And thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Commissioner and team. I want to start out by saying I appreciate the example of cooperation between you, the courts, the district attorney, the Defenders Association to produce the 100 shooter review, which actually turned into 2,000 shooters in review. And it was actually, in my opinion, a snapshot blueprint to what is going on in a meaningful way. The best quote I got was from Desmond Tutu, who said, "We spend so much time pulling people out the river that we don't know why they're jumping up in the river upstream." And so I want to thank you and your team for working on that. But my question becomes, what in the report that your staff picked out, emphasized, contributed, has a budget impact that you need to let us know about, that we need to be supportive of? That's my first question. And I've learned over the years to ask my questions in advance so I don't get timed out. The second one is the Inquirer's report on the 57 blocks that have 10 or more shootings that are deemed dangerous, most of which are in North Philly and West Philly. How do we plan to approach it scientifically, methodically, with technology, boots on the ground? What is our, if indeed you agree that those are dangerous blocks, it seems to me we will pinpoint a strategy to at least address those dangerous blocks. Those two questions. And if I have more time, I'll ask another, but I'll wait till round two if I don't.
Thank you for those questions, sir. So I think it goes back to, again, any budget ask that we had were to bolster our current strategy so we can increase our visibility. In the short term, when we're talking about, when the community wants to know, well, what are you doing right now today? It's typically cops on dots. It's putting cops in areas that are either the most problematic, and as we move into the spring and the summer, when school lets out, making sure that we have visibility at our park and recs or our recreation centers, our commercial corridors, even before the summer, the school safety zones. And fortunately, we've been able to utilize salary savings that we have from Class 100 to pay for overtime right now today to help bolster some of those efforts, including extending the hours of PAL. With that said, the increase that we see in this proposed budget for the mobility project is the use of technology to get everything that the officers need at their fingertips so they can stay out in those areas, not have to get back in their vehicles, run a name or do whatever it is, call L&I, process 311 complaints, basically have everything that they need in the palm of their hand. So that's what you see in the mobility project. But again, we've been able to increase our visibility, and we plan to increase our visibility in these problematic areas based off of the salary savings, that we're seeing. Did I miss anything, Joel? DC,
No, you pretty much covered it all, boss.
So since I have a little bit of time, I want to address one of the issues of 911 calls that increasingly people are calling our office with the statement that they're having difficulty connecting. In the transition from the old facility to the new facility, what are we doing to make sure that that is addressed both in this budget, but also on behalf of the people who actually work in those conditions? They're asked to, they're required to put in an extreme amount of overtime, and because of the volume of calls, what is the problem and what is the solution to 911?
DC Culture, you want to talk about the improvements that we made and when we plan to move our current dispatchers into the new building?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. The new facility that they'll be moving into, and our hope is to get them in September. We're ready for them to come. The technology enhancements and some of the challenges are still being worked through, but it should be ready by September. Is an amazing place. In my opinion, it's the most modern and technologically sound room in this building. And what's most, I guess, impressive about it is a lot of the changes that are added to that space were the suggestions of the men and women who work in 911. Stuff like a dedicated space to go, a quiet room after they're on the most traumatic calls and have some of the stressful things that they deal with. An environment that they don't have to shout over each other, that they have good acoustics and a really, really nice place to work in. The challenges that we've been dealing with 911 isn't so much technology as it is staffing. We have hired over 108 new people in the last year. Of that, we have a gain of about 50 because we do have an attrition rate, but we have now more people at 911 than we've had probably the last 3 or 4 years available to handle calls. It's evident that the improvement is coming because every day I check to see we have a goal to handle 90% of our calls in the first 10 seconds, which is a pretty ambitious goal, especially when we're in our high crime times and our high demand times. We've been either making or coming close to that on a pretty regular basis, except for when we have that very high volume of either spike or disaster or weather-related accidents and stuff like that. But most days we are 88, 89, 90, 92 in those calls in that time period. Looking forward, we're also getting 100% in that time period within 30 seconds or between 30 and 60 seconds. So the times are steadily improving. Believe me, it's not lost on me when somebody calls 911. They want that call in 1 second, but the reality is, we do about 7,000 calls a day, and that jumps to about 9,000 in the summer. So the volume is tremendous, but the folks that we're having in training, and we have another class that's going to be going in May, we're hoping to add another 30 to that number, should really start to not only help us get to a manageable number where we're answering quickly, but also take some of the pressure off the folks that work in that room, that we have a sufficient number of people to make that work environment a little bit better. We've eliminated our mandatory this year, and now people are not required to stay past that time. They can leave when their shift is over, and I believe it's starting to help with the morale of the folks as well.
Finally, I enjoy going up to the training center for cadets every year and talking to them. Sheriff Bilal invites us up to do that. The diversity in the classes has dropped over the years, and it came to my attention that there is a feeder group out of being pushed forward out of community college that deals with black and brown officers. Tell me about that upscaling of that. And I understand their first class of pre-training cadets is about to graduate. How are you engaged with them? Malika Rahman runs that program.
DC Wimberly.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Captain McCoy, he's the captain of recruitment. He has a partnership with her and has been working along with her with this program. So we're looking forward to hopefully bringing some of those people on, if not all of them. They are definitely committed to wanting to be police officers, and there's no reason why we can't take advantage of that program. And that's what our plan is for that.
We're looking at spreading it to Lincoln and Cheney universities, for the record. So thank you for that, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Winona Sanchez.
Good morning, Commissioner, and to the entire team. First, let me start off by being incredibly grateful I often tell people the part of the job I never expected as a district council person was the need to have such an intense relationship with the police department. And I appreciate all of the captains and commanders that I've had in East Division, the 15th and the 2nd PDAC. It has not been an easy job, and we've had many move on and get promoted. But if you come into East Division, it's not for the faint of heart. And so I really appreciate their work. I'm particularly grateful around some of the work we're doing in Kensington. And I just wanted to clarify for the record, we've had some discussions from the human services side of the city. And, you know, I often say the police department and CLIP and the streets department are the only people that Kensington residents see and welcome with open arms. But can you, in a very succinct way, tell us what the enforcement policy is going to be around the prostitution, openly having sex, the defecation, and some of the open doing drugs? What is going to be the enforcement policy this summer that we can clearly tell residents this is what you should expect from the police department? We heard what they expect from the Health and Human Services Division, because we know we can arrest our way out of it. And I know Court is coming up, but what can we expect?
Sure. Chief Inspector Mike McCarrick, you want to talk about what you are planning for the summer?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can see me. I didn't do a mic check. So first and foremost, Councilwoman, thank you for the question. As you indicated, it's coming up. It's in the process. One of the things that we've done in collaboration, myself, the inspector, Captain Rosario, we've begun the preliminary discussions along with Fran Healy, Law Department, the DAO, Kurt August, pertaining to the open drug use. Right, paraphernalia. Paraphernalia previously was not a component of the PAD diversion system. So we want to at least open that opportunity up and to begin addressing that behavior before we would then look to work in collaboration with the DAO to kind of make sure that if we have the appropriate video footage, et cetera, that we could look at charging. I think that would go miles towards changing the landscape of the community. But with that does come concern. If we start to take that component off of the street and off of the visible eye, we don't want to regress into where we were previously, where we start driving that use indoors or in the hidden locations, and then we see that increase of overdoses. So we have to balance both the quality of life, the community's expectations, what we can do, and then, anticipate that expectant result of that and be in front of it before it gets to that point. So that's going to be one of our first main initiatives. I did hear, and just I don't want to go back, but like with Kensington, when you did look at that article with the Inquirer, half of the 57 corners were right in Kensington. So that presents a significant challenge when we're trying to police somewhere around 28 corners at any given time where there's been that level of violence. So we are looking at different strategies, and I believe that all the strategies are not exclusive to just stopping shootings. I think they all contribute to it. I don't, like the broken windows theory, we have to look at how we can engage that population using the tools available to us to get them the level of service they need. And to get them off the street. I mean, I think that's our end goal, is to provide everybody with treatment and housing. We're trying to work within the confines of what we do have with the current policies with the DA's office, trying to look at the prostitution angle, trying to focus on the John area, working with our vice. We just kind of really got back into the prostitution end, and as such, it's not exclusive to Kensington. If you look at where the shootings are along Hunting Park, up by Old York Road, we have some challenges along specific corridors where we have to focus on, but we have to work within that confine. So we are going to be looking particularly in Kensington, though.
Thank you, Inspector. I just want to be clear around this. Look, we know the Health and Human Services Division does not have a plan for Kensington. We've talked about the horse tranquilizer that now does not respond to Narcan. And we need to make sure that, the intervention is to stop people from dying. And unfortunately, the reports I'm getting from civic leaders and even our health professionals is that we are going to have a record number of deaths this particular year because of our inability to get folks into treatment, partly because of the access issues with open wounds and other things. I just want folks to be clear about that this is kind of a balancing act, as you're mentioning, but we are not prepared from a Health and Human Services for what would be Summer 5 in Kensington. But again, Chief Inspector, I always appreciate working with you. Real quickly, because I want to honor the clock and use up my time. Commissioner, can you speak to us a little bit? And I mentioned this to Marissa Waxman during our budget appropriations hearing the other day. There's a lot of frustration with all of the different departments. Many district council folks have allocated, I know I've allocated about $250,000 to the camera program. What, if any, conversations are happening about creating a more comprehensive camera program? And I've referenced the London CCTV model. How are we going to challenge ourselves with the infrastructure investment opportunities to say, let's think bigger, broader, bolder, as opposed to this hodgepodge of SEPTA has a camera program. In London, everybody's linked into one system, right? And it all works together, and it helps us with dumping, and it helps with all the other issues. What is the conversation at your level around that level of coordination and investment?
Sure. I can speak for PPD. Obviously, I think that's a broader question for OIT. But as it relates to cameras for us through our DIVIC, as there are requests for cameras to go up in certain parts of the neighborhood and or coordination from outside agencies, we do exactly just that. We do what we can. But as far as to the broader infrastructure, and I know there's been a lot of conversation around additional surveillance camera by the council president and others. We've been at the table as it relates to that conversation. Does that mean my time is up too? Because I wanted DC Dales to expand on that a little bit. Joe?
Here we go. You got me? Okay.
Yeah,
we're working with City Council President Clark, which we mentioned. We're looking to add additional cameras. I won't give out the number at this point, but we are focusing on schools, rec centers, as well as PHA properties. So that's where we are. We have multiple cameras throughout the city. We have direct connect with those cameras throughout the city. Some we don't, which we're trying to work on gaining access to those cameras. But that's where we are moving forward. But hopefully with the initiative that City Council is willing to push, I'm looking forward to having more cameras posted throughout the city in key areas.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions on the second round. I just really want to encourage us to think bigger and bolder, right? We have 4 different departments doing camera programs. We have a dumping problem in the city of Philadelphia. We can't even get voting booth boxes in neighborhoods because we don't have camera systems that are adequate for voting. Like, all of these things cannot be handled in silos. They have to be handled more comprehensively. And again, we're all going to continue to put money on the table. I don't know a district council person that's not, I respond to my police captains, and if they tell me they need 10, they tell me they need 20, I'm there. The streets department, the same thing. I just think we need to challenge ourselves to think a little bit broader. But I will honor the clock, and I'll queue up for second round. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for being here. Just a couple brief questions during this round. You have a target of 65% as it relates to the homicide clearance rate and non-fatal shootings. And I know you also created a task force to deal with non-fatal shootings. And so that's roughly a 25% increase from your proposal last year. So can you give us an idea on the strategy in accomplishing that 65%? target number, and also just looking at statistics that seem to think that we may surpass 600 homicides. I'm here in the city of Philadelphia, so my question is, like, what's the strategy in stopping the bleeding like now? I was a little taken aback when Council President was asking questions around recruitment, and I didn't really see the level of attention, I guess I would say, from the administration and Philadelphia Police Department in terms of making sure that this is a priority, because obviously with the level of homicides and shootings that we're seeing, I think it's a good thing that we peeled back at the moment the residency requirements, right? But nevertheless, that goes to the point of we need more manpower on the street when it comes to addressing the issue. So I just want to get an idea of where we're at in terms of our strategy to address that target number.
Sure. Before I turn it over to DC Nash, I want to let you know that our clearance rates have actually improved. I don't want to jinx it, and it's because of our targeted efforts with the creation of the Shooting Investigations Group at the beginning of 2022. I don't want to tout, the numbers are still low, but they're improving, right? Our clearance rate hovered around sometimes in the teens, 13% for our non-fatal shootings, and we're over 30% now in the short amount of time that we've rolled out this team with greater coordination, not just with homicide folks, but through the use of the resources and technologies with our other local, state, and federal partners and in the DA's office. So there's some improvement there. I just want to point out, too, and this may be relevant to some of the future questions that we may get. You didn't hear much from us about the recruitment strategy. We did put forth some requests, and a lot of which were, they weren't included in this budget. So I appreciate hearing that there's still room for some negotiation on this, but we put a lot of time and effort and as was previously presented in another hearing around what we think we're needing as far as recruitment goes, our marketing strategies and the funds available for such, which is why in the meantime, it was important for us to address low-hanging fruit by me making the request to lower the age requirement to get rid of yet another institutional barrier, and the waiver helps. So there are a lot of things that are put forth in motion. It's very important and urgent, and it is a priority for us because we know that impacts our clearance rates. DC Nash, you want to talk about your investigations team?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Those are really good, intuitive sense of how can we make the city safer, and you just nailed it. That the key is absolutely improving, raising our clearance rates, because for every homicide, terrible homicide that goes without bringing somebody to justice, that person is out there probably potentially committing additional ones. The commissioner already touched on our movement to centralize our non-fatal shootings. You've heard me talk repeatedly in the past how challenging it is to clear non-fatal shootings, and surprisingly, it's actually significantly harder than even the fatal shootings, the homicides. But with the advent and the start at the end of December of our shooting investigation group, we call it the SIG, we're seeing an immediate success and improvements. To your question, our homicide rates have been hovering, our homicide clearance rate has been hovering around 50%, and we do want to get that up to 65%. We are down. I want to point out that we are down in our homicides at this time by 7, so we're down by a few percentage points on our homicides. More importantly, in an overall scheme, are we looking at being worse off this year than last year? No, I think we're definitely trending in the right direction. Last year, we saw an anomaly in February because of some weather considerations with snow. We had an incredibly light number of homicides. This year, we've been below the numbers in homicides in every year except for February. So we're trending in the right direction. And how are we going to get to the higher clearance rates? The answer is through technology, through civilian analysts. Those are two important keys, and I really want to emphasize how important those civilian analysts are. That's a big change, and we are working together. We're working with our parole. We have parole embedded, and the analysts in homicide is being replicated in our SIG, our shooting investigation group. So we are taking significant steps to improve our clearance rates, which is ultimately going to bring down the number of shootings and make our city safer.
And so when you say parole was embedded, so you mean you're working in partnership and in consultation with probation and parole, monitoring those individuals who are going into the system and coming back out, making sure they're staying on the right path.
Yeah, so the parole department actually gave us a parole agent to house and work at our SIG unit, which is also where our homicide unit is physically located. And that parole agent provides us an added level of oversight on parolees, but also a significant amount of leverage. Anytime we have somebody involved who is being reluctant to provide information that we know that they have a hammer, they have a point of leverage that we don't have. So that's going to pay in dividends. So that's a big partnership that we're experiencing right now. Along with all of our task force partnerships, our FBI partnership, we work really closely with. The Attorney General's office is doing amazing work. And I can't emphasize enough, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the ATF, all the work that we do with their ballistics assistance and their investigations is tremendous.
Thank you. And I'm going to come back to the ATF and the federal partners just to take a look at the gun violence task force and actually look at how many guns are we tracking and recovering as it relates to the proliferation of illegal ghost guns and regular guns flooding the streets of Philadelphia. But I had an additional question for Commissioner Outlaw in terms of the budget. And I know I always ask this question every time y'all come before us. I have a very special interest with the homicide unit, particularly supporting mothers and fathers and families who have lost loved ones to gun violence, right? And we talked about last year about supporting the technology needs. Sometime we had meetings in the past, they talked about how some detectives didn't have cell phones, right? Didn't have the proper technology inside the homicide unit to help those families who had cold cases, but most importantly, in solving those homicides. And so just give us an update, and is there any improvement to that particular unit with this particular budget request?
I appreciate that. I'm going to call on DC Nash again because, last year we were able, through additional funding, to put forth some requests to procure additional technology. While our detectives were able to get cell phones, we've identified some hiccups in the procurement process, and it's not just with detectives, but also in forensics. So, DC Nash, you want to talk about that?
Thanks, Commissioner. Councilmember Johnson. The cell phones are critical, and we got them through the mobility project. We outfitted all of our homicide investigators and all of our non-fatal shooting investigators with the cell phones. They are using them at the scenes to record and essentially and get instant information. We're going to be moving to other ways of helping us with search warrants down the road. And then you talked about technology. The technology is solving our cases today. It starts with the cameras, and you and all of council have recognized how important cameras are. We talk about the cameras. I know Council President Clark is really big on wanting to put them up at the rec centers. Those cameras, and Councilmember Quinones Sanchez talked about coordinating the efforts of those cameras so that we have access to all of them. We can't solve homicides and non-fatal shootings without them. I mean, it's just not happening, and it is happening with the cameras. The city cameras, we do need to upgrade our city cameras so that they stop panning and moving, and sometimes we lose things. But our incredible detectives will follow the trail of individuals who are responsible for these crimes before and after through the cameras, and the technology is great. The commissioner also referenced other technology that includes forensic diving into digital media. I'll just leave it at that. And I'll say we have experienced some frustration with the procurement. There are products out there that are incredible tools for investigators that need that we're still waiting to be able to get ourselves. While we don't have all of the tools ourselves, we use our partners, especially the Attorney General's office. The Secret Service has supplied us with incredible training. So we're using them. We're just not doing it as fast. We could do a little bit better, and we hope that we can expedite the procurement process. But all those things will go towards our improvements in investigations.
And last but not least, before my time is up, just give us an update on the gun violence task force. We're already, I know on my little hiatus, I saw a couple press conferences where individuals were being arrested for selling ghost guns throughout the city of Philadelphia. I think it was in the county, actually. But where are we as a city tracking down those individuals who sell guns in the streets of Philadelphia?
So on the ghost gun issue, it is a growing, emerging, continuing problem throughout the entire nation. You're hearing the President of the United States discuss it. on a somewhat of a regular basis because all jurisdictions are experiencing this problem. The president recently put in some new restrictions that is going to work to make it harder to move those around and hopefully clamp it down. We're tracking every gun, and council member, I think you know this. We can't do it by where did the gun originate because there's no serial number, but we do have the ability to make connections between ghost guns used in different crimes, in different shooting incidents through the work of our forensics, our NIBIN system that goes back to what you were talking about with the ATF. And then as far as the guns coming in, the ATF were responsible for 2 major gun trafficking cases in the past 30 days, one in Georgia and one in South Carolina. And the smaller ones are being prosecuted by the gun violence through the gun violence task force. And that is a direct connection that we have with our Attorney General's investigators, and the Attorney General's office is taking those cases for prosecution, and they are key with taking guns off the street.
All right. Thank you very much. And under the leadership of Councilman Curtis Jones, we had a chance to visit the forensic unit where the guns and the drugs and everything are housed, and it just gave a really comprehensive perspective on the need to improve forensics. We don't think people should be housed, to be quite frank with you, the way that they were housed in terms of the work that needs to be done, especially with the level of gun violence that we're seeing here in the city of Philadelphia, especially the level of drug dealing that we're seeing taking place here in the city of Philadelphia. And so we do commend the forensic team's efforts as it relates to us having an opportunity to see up close and personal the work that Michael and his team was doing. And so it's one thing to come to city council to talk about it. It's another thing to say, let me stop what I'm doing and let me go actually see what's taking place, and to put a whole different perspective on the need to support for forensics, but also how it plays a major role in solving homicides, solving shooters, catching the drug dealers, and making sure we're keeping our city safe. And so I just want to acknowledge Mike and his team for their hard work, and Council and Chairman Curtis Jones for orchestrating that tour. That's all I have, Deputy Commissioner Benjamin Nash.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your support. We really, really do appreciate all your support.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Council President Clark, and good morning to each of you. Let me just start for the record the way I've started budget hearings since my tenure in Harrisburg, and that's I want to give some thanks to some people whose names we don't hear quite often, but Lord knows they do the work to help us solve issues associated with public safety. Deputy Commissioners Wimberly, Dales, and Coulter. Coulter, a special thank you to you for the 911 Tech Center help, and we'll talk about that a little later. Officer Andy Drobanick and Officer Sherrod Davis, thank you for always being responsive. Fleming, Inspector Smith, and Zimmerman, all former captains in the 9th Councilmatic District, including Dales, but they still make sure they're responsive. 2nd District, Kimry, Maraz, Longcrest. I just talked to the Longcrest Civic Association last night. Couldn't survive without you. Linda and the PDAC in the 14th, working on getting to know the new captain there, Frazier, but Dennis Smith, Mecca Washington, Robert Hicks, Ron Kauser, and the PDAC members in the 35th Police District. Wow, she is dynamic. Captain Maisha Massey, Hoppy, of course, Dana Fant, Bukieri, 5th Street, Redenauer and 5th Street, and Karen Mack and Eric Bryce from the PDAC. Thank you. And I wanted to take some of my time to be intentional about saying thank you to them for their support. Commissioner, I want to start with noting that, on March the 30th, I had the honor of standing with community-based organizational leaders from across the city, along with our president, our leadership in City Council, Jones, Squilla, Gilmore Richardson, Thomas, and others who wanted to be present but couldn't, in unveiling the Philadelphia Neighborhood Safety and Community Policing Plan. And while the plan itself had several pillars, community policing, hiring more police and other personnel, those quality of life issues, the abandoned cars. We detailed former Mayor Street's, ultimatum that he was challenging himself to remove 40,000 abandoned cars for a certain amount of time, being bold and aggressive in that action, supporting crime victims and witnesses, thanks to Councilmember Johnson, his leadership in advocating for the Office of the Victim Advocate, and strengthening community engagement. With that being said, I am unapologetic about affirming that community policing in a proactive manner is the hallmark of this plan. And the reason why is because residents in the city of Philadelphia deserve to see a proactive law enforcement presence in their neighborhoods that is not there because they are simply responding to crime. Now, when you were talking, I was listening intently when you described the different strategies that you as our leader in the department is currently deploying. You talked about the different names for it: focus, deterrence, pinpoint, and ceasefire. I am not talking about those plans. I am talking about proactive policing that can prevent violence from occurring because these officers become a part of the fabric of our communities, rec centers, commercial quarters, libraries, just neighborhoods, because they are not in cars. And that's where my captain in the 35th, Massey, is on it heavy. They're not sitting in cars. They're walking the beat, and they're on bikes. With that being said, on any given day, tell us how many police officers would you say that we currently have doing community policing as I just described, not the very specific plans you discussed.
Thank you. And I appreciate that delineation because there's been so much focus on the non-fatal shootings and homicides. People forget that we still have to respond to 911 calls. We still have to have a presence and also address quality of life issues and just be present in neighborhoods. DC Dales, you want to talk about our deployment outside of our pinpoints, whether it's footbeat, bicycle officers, and again, our presence in answering calls for service.
Sure. Good morning, council member. So in reference to on a day-to-day presence, every district, again, they utilize their footbeats and bike officers differently depending on what they're dealing with within their respective districts. I do know that we have a shortage of police personnel. Back in the day when I was a captain in the 14th, I was able to use footbeats and bikes more often than today's, more often than the present. Reason being because we're short on staffing. One of the things that I'm concerned about in reference to increasing footbeats and bike officers across the city, that's going to have an effect on response time to calls for services, emergency calls, and also too, due to the fact that we're seeing high levels of gun violence as reference to shootings, we have to transport those individuals to the hospitals, right? So we have a scoop and run policy in place, and we're literally saving lives are rushing them to trauma centers, and we have excellent trauma centers in the city. So we got to consider that as well. So we balance this out. So some of the things we're looking at, I took a close look at the upcoming classes that are coming out, and I want to see how many we can actually deploy to either footbeats or bike patrol. So the next class coming up, we are looking at trying to put as many officers as possible in a footbeat or bike capacity.
With that being said, Inspector, is there a number that you have? Would you be able to give us a number today, or do you have to get back to us with it about, and I heard you talk about those prior years, and I know them well, but I want to know if we have a number of officers right now in the city of Philadelphia, do we know, who are engaging in community policing in a manner that I described proactively, walking a beat or on bikes? Do we have a number?
Yeah, so as far as bike officers are concerned, we're looking at close to 100 bike officers on any given day. But that number will increase when the weather breaks due to the additional activities we will be involved in. Footbeats, we're looking at close to about maybe 60 footbeats across the city, give or take, on any given day. And again, that number can increase depending on what that captain will utilize their footbeat officers for, whether to address gun violence or to show a police presence in the business corridors. So they are doing that. And outside of that, don't just focus on community policing with officers on bikes and foot beats. We got officers who are patrolling in patrol cars who are doing excellent work as far as engaging the community as well. They're getting out of their cars and they're conducting parking walks. So we can't ignore that. And you have commanders who are deeply involved. You mentioned Captain Massey from the 35th, and you're absolutely right. She's doing excellent job over there in the 35th, and she utilizing her foot beats and bikes as well. We got other districts who are utilizing foot beats and bikes effectively to both address crime and to engage with the community. So we have our.
Let me note for the record that when we unveiled this plan, we were very intentional about noting that this is a call to have 300 community policing officers, and that will be a goal that I will continue to be unapologetic about and dispersed in neighborhoods. I mean, when I look at council districts, it would be great if every council district outside of what is currently being directed from and deployed because of our current strategies had 30 officers per district that were working on prevention. And the reason why I say this, we were recently down at the stadium with our little leagues, and we were helping them get connected to resources. And the one thing that they never get credit for, they never get credit for the defense that they play in engaging young people actively in their activities that prevents them from going somewhere else. So I'm going to come back on my next round. I heard the bell. I do want to note that when we get to the next line of questioning, I want to talk about those officers who, in essence, are not just in the 911 call center, but we want to talk about our texting infrastructure. Had a chance to travel to New York City. They have unveiled it, and when you look at the number of people they have specifically assigned to texting, and we think about those people, I don't care if it's domestic violence or maybe even on mass transit or somewhere where they want to report, but they don't have the ability to use the phone to call, that they have the ability to text. We have a model for that. So I want to talk about that, along with the fact that the city, to my knowledge, currently has 11 contractors towing abandoned cars at no expense to the city, zero. But I want you to talk about that backlog. So thank you, Mr. President, and I'm in queue now for the second round.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Council President. And thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I'm going to take a page out of your book to start with a line of thanks to the police department, really for the work and the collaboration we all have done over the last year. I wanted to specifically talk about the drug paraphernalia issue, and also the issue of the community evening resource centers that we have up and running, and the additional ones that we know are pending. But first, I just quickly wanted to thank you, our commissioner. We appreciate all the work that you are doing with us, just working hand in hand, and to your entire executive team, to DC Coulter, but really to DC Dales. Truly appreciate you for always being so very responsive. I know we were on the line, I think 10 or 11 o'clock on Friday, and you were just absolutely the best and have worked with us over the last year on several of these issues. For the drug paraphernalia tours, we were in the 4th Council District back in February of 2021 with the 19th Police District with Captain McKeever, the 5th Council District in your area, Council President, with the 22nd Police District, and Officer Armstrong was just phenomenal. We were in the 6th Council District with the bids and the CDCs, and last night we were in the 9th Council District with the 35th Police Department with Captain Massey, who I must say is phenomenal. Officers Fant, Arena, Lieutenant Doherty in the North 5th Corridor. Also for the curfew ride-alongs that I've been doing with the different districts where we have community evening resource centers. So the 17th Police District with Captain O'Donnell, I was out with you all back in March from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. And I just appreciate all the work you all are doing. And also the 19th Police District with Captain McKeever and the 5 Squad. I was out with you all in February, again, from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. And the 5 Squad is just phenomenal. And then also the 5th Police District with Captain Brown and Community Relations Officer Caggiano. And so I just quickly wanted to talk about the curfew centers. If you could provide us with the most recent data on curfew violations across the city of Philadelphia. And if you could talk to us about the curfew bill that we passed for minors in council, and if you think the curfew is working, and can you specifically talk about the enforcement, and if we need to look at additional modification to the curfew bill for the summer months, meaning do a bill and maybe put a sunset provision on it based on what you all are seeing across the city, particularly with young people who are involved with violent incidents. I know just as a parent, it's heartbreaking to wake up to all the stories of so many teenagers being impacted by gun violence. And so can you just talk about the curfew hours, the enforcement, how many violations we have and where you're seeing them the most, and if we need to look at a modified curfew for this summer?
Thank you. DC Dales, you want to answer what you can of that, and anything else we'll circle back and provide any specific data if we're not able to do that today.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks again for acknowledging me, Councilwoman. I appreciate that. Most of the violations are occurring in Southwest Division, North Central, which is the 22nd Police District. We had quite a few in the 6th District year to date, and also the 39th District. Those are the areas where we are starting to see a majority of the violations. The hours are fine. I'm okay with that. Moving forward, we plan on conducting curfew sweeps within the next few months, which you will see that number increase, and we will try to bring those individuals to the curfew centers. What's going to happen is we're going to have to take another look at our policy in reference to drop-off locations, because the police officers, they have the discretion to either take them home or take them to the curfew centers. So if you want to see an increase of attendance at the curfew centers, we may have to take another look at our policy in reference to that.
Okay, so that's very helpful. And so you mentioned the Southwest Division, and I met with our new inspector, Rodriguez, down at the 18th, specifically talking about the Community Evening Resource Center, which is at Community of Compassion at 62nd and Cedar. But that particular location is coverage for the 12th, the 16th, the 18th, and the 19th. So the north and the south side of Market Street for West and Southwest Philadelphia. And so if we could go back, I guess, and look at that policy for the areas where we have an operational community evening resource center, I would want the children to go to a location where they have service linkages, can receive conflict resolution training, job training, and participate in other positive activities from the hours of 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. You also mentioned the 16th, which is a part of the Community of Compassion footprint. For the 39th, we are seeking and working with, DHS to open up 2 additional community evening resource centers in the Northwest that would encompass the 35th and 39th, I think the 14th and the 5th, and then also in Central Division, which is 22nd, because I think I heard you say the 22nd as well.
Yes.
Okay, and so is it your position that, again, the hours are working for curfew currently with the amount of curfew violations we're seeing in the city?
Yes, I will say it's working. Actually, in comparison to last year, year to date, we are up significantly in reference to curfew enforcement, I will say. The captains are stepping up their pace to and make sure that the officers are enforcing the curfew violations. So I have seen a major improvement. And the 39th, we definitely have to pay close attention to because they're leading the city in reference to curfew violators. So that's a place where we're going to need a center in the 39th, close to the 39th district or in the 39th district.
Okay, that's exceedingly helpful, and I'll be sure to continue to share that information with the Department of Human Services as we work to build out the next part of that process. Really quickly, I wanted to circle to the stores that are selling drug paraphernalia all across the city. We've seen a proliferation of these stores, particularly since the pandemic, and I wanted to see if you all had any data or could speak to any of the violent incidents that are happening in close proximity to the stores that sell drug paraphernalia. Do you have any data on that, or is there any way to track that? I mean, I know these stores, they come to the city stating they're going to be a grocery or a convenience store, but really they're selling all drug paraphernalia, and they're not going through the zoning process. So I know it's hard to track, but the ones that we are aware of, can you speak to sort of the criminal incidents or any shootings or homicides around these stores? I know there was one on North 5th Street we visited yesterday. There was a homicide right outside of one of the stores we visited just a month ago. So can you track that data?
I don't think we have that data currently, but we can definitely research it and get back to you all.
Okay, so I'm going to honor the clock. I know a number of my colleagues have questions. I'm going to come back on the second round around the Nuisance Business Task Force and drug paraphernalia stores specifically, and the enforcement there. Also, the Police Explorers program and providing a pathway and linkage to becoming a police officer in the city for those 3 years where you are not in the Police Explorers program and can't apply to become a police officer. Also, the Police Science CTE program, as well as the portions of the 5th Police District where the radios are inoperable. And I know we received a response from the administration, and I know my colleague, Councilmember Jones, and Councilmember Green, who signed that letter with me, are thankful for the response. But I just wanted to get that on the record relative to that particular issue. Thank you, Council President, and I look forward to coming back in the second round.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dunn.
Thank you, Council President, and good morning, Commissioner. And I want to join the chorus of thank yous, basically, to the police department and to you, Commissioner, and the deputy commissioners, and the whole force. And I got a first-hand look back in November when I did a ride-along on a Friday night in Kensington, I think the 24th Police District, where I sat in the front seat with a bulletproof vest on. Not that I needed it that night, but it was on. And saw the officer with me make 2 or 3 arrests, saw the several different officers. And I got to tell you, they did a great job. Very proud of the force, the people I saw. Very proud of the police I come into contact with. I think the majority of our police do a phenomenal job. I am concerned about the future of policing in the country, not just Philadelphia, but in the whole country. We heard at our staffing hearing a few weeks ago from Deputy Attorney General that when the Attorney General of the state polled police officers, 80% would not recommend becoming a police officer to their children or family members. And I think that's something we need to start thinking about, and how do we change that whole thought process and create an environment where people do want to become public service police officers. It's very important, and it's needed. That's a separate topic, but something we should start thinking about. Clearly, public safety is our number one issue, and I want to talk about today what's going on in Kensington. It's a humanitarian crisis where opioid use disorder, addiction epidemics are plaguing the neighborhood, with families trying to raise children, open-air drug markets, complete with dealers and traffickers that violently intimidate residents. It's a disaster that's getting worse despite the efforts of members of the community, city council, and administration. Lately, I've been driving there through Kensington once to two or three times in the evening, and my most recent visit was Sunday night around 10 o'clock. And I had 2 people actually come up to my car that were clearly have overdosed on drugs. I just cannot imagine how people are living there. But the evidence that we've seen that's been rising, and the quality of life issues have been getting worse. So first, it tells me that the city isn't providing enough coordination, cooperation, and support between city agencies, nonprofits, local residents, and businesses. And to have a long-term impact, our efforts need to be sustained and pointed all in the same direction. And also tells me that we need more resources devoted specifically to reducing violence and improving quality of life and services in Kensington. Ideally, we can get that additional support from state and federal governments, but again, to have any kind of sustained impact, there must be long-term commitments to cooperation, coordination, and support. And one of the reasons why we're asking for this support from FEMA is because we are told, at least, that 60% of the people in Kensington, of the 800 or so people on the street, were not originally Philadelphia residents. They may have Philadelphia IDs now, but they're not Philadelphia residents. And it's not really fair to the city of Philadelphia, our police department, or our taxpayers to have to share this burden on our own. We need federal resources. So I have three quick questions for you, Commissioner. First question, I'll just give all three of you. You can answer them in any particular order. How is the police department and the district attorney's office coordinating with each other to address the drug trafficking and resident intimidation in Kensington? That's question number one. Second question is, what kind of cooperation do you think we need to have in Kensington in order to sustain this reduction in violence and increase in quality of life for Kensington residents? And not a question, but a comment on my part. I feel like we've had a policy there for 25 years of containment and not a policy to fix the problem permanently. So the last question is, if we're going to bring more state and federal resources to the table, will you, Commissioner, commit to coordinating support from state and federal agencies whenever it's available and working with the Attorney General if there's any possibility for them to help lessen even the caseload, or actually the state police and the ATF, to help you with what's going on in Kensington? Because I do think we need federal agents in there to help us. This is beyond our ability to handle this situation. So I'll open that up for your thoughts.
Sure, thank you. I'll start backwards and then work our way to the other two, and I'll bring in Chief Inspector Mike McCarrick. We've seen actually a 5% decrease in shootings in Kensington, and a lot of the work that we've been doing there through the leadership of not only Chief Inspector Mike McCarrick, but also through the work of Chief Inspector Flacco, who's over our narcotics divisions, that's been running some pretty significant operations there with the help of our federal partners. Absolutely. Whenever there's help available, we do not turn that down. And we know not only do we get more sustainable results when we do have federal support, but it's always helpful to have our partners at the table addressing these things so we don't have to keep going back and revisiting the same issues. With that said, Chief McCarrick, you want to talk about the successes that we've had with the clearing of some of our parks, but then also talk about how we've been working with the DA's office specifically to address this area, but then also the parameters that we've been working with them.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so Councilman, I just want to acknowledge you. So I've been associated with East Division for a long time, and I have seen some of the dynamics change and from where it was and to where it's gone. But I will tell you that collaboration that currently exists between our federal and state partners exists at a level now that previously did not. It was absent. So I can tell you that there's a lot of investigations, particularly when you're dealing with the state and federal end of it, that are longer term investigations. So the success, you don't have that immediacy. The immediacy that we recognize are through the partners with, and I don't want to talk for Chief Flacco, but we have an initiative, a focused narcotic initiative, exclusively to target that pocket around Kensington and Allegheny and the proliferation of drugs that are out there. We've been very successful. There's a commitment between our uniformed officers and the narcotics officers, and the specific stats I could get to you as to what they recovered narcotic-wise. But the commissioner and deputy commissioners, we enacted the Kensington district, and that is that collaboration with all the city services, our social services, et cetera. Now, we're always at the forefront because we're there 24/7. So most times you're going to see us there. But the success in just since its infancy, which was last year for the total, we experienced in Kensington district alone 30% reduction in shooting victims. We had a 29% reduction in property crime, a 15% reduction in violent crime, 23 overall percentage reduction in crime in general, specific on that area. This year alone, we've already began to experience see those same decreases over last year's numbers, which is a really positive trend for us. However, we have to keep an eye on displacement and look at where things may move off to and make those necessary adjustments. As for the district attorney's office, we engage in weekly conversations with them. There's now a new chief, Angel Flores, for Divergent over there. I have a personal relationship with Angel. He was previously assigned to East Division specifically for as our our DA under the assistant district attorney for the previous DA. So that partnership with the DA's office and looking to how we can enforce the laws that are on the books and will be prosecuted is a never-ending process. We got a long way to go. I mean, you ride through Kensington and you can clearly see, there still exist many challenges. You talk about personnel and that's one component, but we have dedicated resources working in that collaboration and have realized significant decreases, and we look to build upon that. So hopefully that answers everything that you were looking for.
No, I appreciate that. And look, I'm going to be brief because my time's up, but my point is that this has been going on for a very, very long time. If you live there in Kensington with a little child, you walk down onto Kensington Avenue at any time of day, you don't feel safe. And that behavior that's going on there would not be tolerated anywhere else. And I feel like obligated that I need to stand up for Councilmember Sanchez and Squilla, because this is the worst, one of the worst parts of the city. With most crime, it is a disaster. And I don't blame anyone. I'm just saying we need more resources to bring to the table, and we need a Marshall Plan. We can't tolerate people. If you allowed 10 people to sleep on a block in Society Hill or West, it wouldn't be tolerated. The neighbors would go crazy. Drive through there, you'll see how it's the worst I've ever seen in my life. And I just can't see how and I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying that we need a Marshall Plan and we need federal resources. And my time's up, and I'll come back and thank you all, and understand I'm a big supporter of the police, but this Kensington thing is a real issue for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Dom, we also requested 30 additional analysts to assist us with mobility, and analysts would also help us in this area, not just to identify where the problems are, but it would help us determine whether or not our work with our partners is effective as well. That was not something that was included in this proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw, for your response. Just want to make a note to our colleagues. Chair wants to recognize that Councilmember Gim is present for the record. In addition to that, in queue, we have Council Members Brooks, Gaultier, O, Squilla, Thomas, Gim, and Green, and that is all first round. So Chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you so much, Madam.
I apologize, Madam Chair. This is Councilwoman Bass. I'm in queue. I sent a message to the Council President that my chat feature was not working at 10:20 this morning.
Thank you, Councilmember Bass. We will make sure we get you there in queue, and obviously the staff didn't get that, so we'll make sure we get it in queue ASAP. Thank you, Councilmember, for notifying us of that. Chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks. Sure.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. My question is about the overall increase to the department's budget. So the proposed budget for FY23 is around $52 million. It's about $52 million more than what was originally appropriated to the department in FY22. Is that correct?
It's about $23.7 million more than last year.
Right. So your testimony indicates that the department will see an increase of $23.7 million in this budget. But historically, the department actually is spending about $30 million more than originally budgeted increase due to overtime spending. So is it fair to say, based on what we're seeing in the data, that the actual department's increase for this year is closer to $52 million, bringing the total department spending up to $800 million?
I don't think so, because we've been utilizing our savings from Class 100 to pay for our overtime, at least in the 2 years that I've been here. DC Coulter, you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, Councilman, our goal is always to stay within what we're budgeted, but when we have a salary lapse, because we're currently missing almost 500 officers, that money is what we use for that staffing replacement for overtime. So we do not go over what we're budgeted. It's Class 100 money. It's just transferred from salary to overtime, but not a budget increase.
So, just historically, the overtime spending, if we look at 18 and 19, it was still around $30 million prior to the protest, prior to the pandemic. So historically, there has been a $30 million increase each year, even prior to Commissioner Outlaw coming in there. And, we ask this every year, but again, does the department has a proposed budget to include affirmative initiatives to cut down on the department's overtime spending?
Councilwoman, if I can continue, the overtime is used out of our Class 100 allocation, so it's not additional spending. In the 7 years that I've had the budget every year, except for the year of civil unrest, we have made budget, so we do not go over budget. So it's money that's allocated in that original sum. That overtime is often used for those major events, whether it's an election year or there's things coming into the city, but that's taken from what's already allocated in Class 100. So yes, it's used in overtime, but it's not an overage given to the police department in our budget.
But what I'm trying to understand is other city departments do not have a $30 million in surplus to switch over into other departments. So I'm just trying to understand exactly how the difference between what was originally appropriated in terms of funds and the additional $30 million that comes into the budget later on.
DC Coulter, go ahead.
Okay.
DC Coulter, I get to say what was originally appropriated for.
Scott, introduce yourself so they know who's speaking.
Yeah, this is Scott Cadden. I'm the Administrative Services Director for the Police Department. What was originally appropriated, the adopted budget for FY22 was done before the contract raises that were appropriated. That's why we have an increase of $30 million almost in the target budget for FY22 because of the contract raises that were done after the original adopted budget. So it's not $30 million in overtime. It's almost $30 million in Class 100 because of the contract raises and the bonuses that were paid for police officers, $1,500. So that's mainly the increase, not an overtime increase.
So we should anticipate this increase over the next couple of years as part of the 5-year plan because of the increases?
Well, because of the contract raises, we have contract raises in 23 of 3.5 for uniform and 3.25 for civilians. And in 24, same thing, 3.5 and 3.25. That's why there's increases in Class 100.
Okay.
Right. We do not anticipate a bonus in those years because there's no contracts being negotiated. So that was a 1-year bonus.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Brooks, did that finish your line of questioning for the first round? I just want to...
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. Chair wants to note for the record that we now recognize Council Member Gaultier, and an adjustment is Council Member Bass will follow Council Member Gaultier because she was in queue at 10:20, just for the record. So we're not changing order. She was in queue. Thank you so much. And Chair recognizes Council Member Gaultier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Outlaw.
Good morning.
I want to thank you for continuing to do the hard work of leading our police department during a very challenging time in our city. I also wanted to shout out the police captains in my district, Captains Green, Herder, Ginion, and McKeever for their partnership, as well as DC Dales, DC Nash, Inspector Rodriguez, and Inspector Love Craighead for helping me in my office resolve a variety of difficult issues. Also want to give a special shout out to Captain Matt Gillespie, who now oversees Southwest Detectives, but has been continuing to support great work at Christie Rec. And last but not least, Captain Van and Lieutenant Lance of Neighborhood District Services, who are beloved by my team because they help us get abandoned cars up. Given the consistently high level of gun violence facing our city, council and residents want to know what the city is doing to address gun violence comprehensively. And so I think it's important to follow up on Councilmember Jones's line of questioning about targeting areas most prone to violence with enforcement and support strategies. So to that end, I want to learn more about the cross collaboration across law enforcement and other agencies that you reference happening at weekly meetings, which I assume are the tactical team meetings. Am I correct that you lead the tactical team meetings in collaboration with Erica Atwood of MDL?
I do not. I do not lead those. Erica Atwood leads those with PPD leadership as well, but we can talk to you. DC Dales can tell you how that information is passed on from PPD to Erica's part of the house. DC Dales?
Okay,
Yes.
is this the, I'm sorry, but these tactical meetings are the primary place for PPD to work in collaboration with other city agencies to address gun violence? Am I correct in that knowledge?
She's talking about the shooting review, boss.
Well, no, there's one of them. So the tactical meetings are, again, to your point, that's when Erica Atwood is meeting with PPD resources to talk about specific issues per pinpoint grid or per district. So that's when you have your L&I stakeholders in the room and all of the social services.
Correct.
So yes, those are the
I'm asking, is this the primary platform and forum through which PPD collaborates across city agencies to direct resources to neighborhoods dealing with gun violence? Am I correct?
Yes.
And who from PPD what's the highest ranking person at PPD participating in those meetings?
So okay, I'm sorry, boss.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So we have the inspectors and captains. They attend these meetings every time she conducts a meeting. And they focus on the environmental issues. They'll give a brief overview in reference to the current stats pertaining to mainly pertaining to gun violence. And the captains and inspectors, they put a request in reference to where they need outside agencies to come in to their respective districts or divisions to assist them with the quality of life issues that they're facing or any environmental issues.
Great. I had some questions about those meetings, if that's okay. First, how do you determine what specific geographies and shootings are discussed at each tactical team meeting?
So the primary locations that they have been focusing on are within the pinpoint grids. So that's the priority areas that they look at. At times they'll go outside the pinpoint grids if you have issues in certain hotspots, or let's say, for example, you're starting to see a large increase of abandoned autos being dropped off at a specific location. They will address those issues. But it's up to the captain to bring that information to Eric Atwood and her team to let them know where we need that added assistance. And I will say that based on the fact that when they ask for help, those agencies, they do respond.
Okay. When a specific geography or series of shootings is discussed at a tactical team meeting, how is it determined when the same geography will be discussed at a future meeting?
So that I will have to leave that for Eric Atwood to answer in reference to that. So repeat that.
The police PPD is a critical component of these meetings, yes?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't, you're not able to answer that?
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay. When you're in a tactical team meeting and a specific geography, say Mantua or Mill Creek, when you're talking about a series of shootings happening in a specific geography, how is it determined when the same geography will be discussed at a future meeting?
Oh, okay.
How do you follow up to make sure that you're serving specific geographies where shootings are persistent over the long haul?
I got you. Okay, yeah. So the captains, they use their analysts to gather intel and gather data to present at these meetings. Once it's presented at these meetings, then we focus and hone in on those areas that needs to be pretty much needs an additional attention to those zones, whether it's law enforcement wise or environmental wise. So Did I answer your question in reference to that?
I think so. Can you also tell me who determines what follow-up supports are necessary for whatever area you all may be addressing in tactical team meetings, and who determines the timeline for the implementation of those supports?
So now if we're dealing with the outside agencies, that would be Erica Atwood. Anything dealing with the law enforcement in general, we're responsible for that. We are determined where we need to increase our presence or actual outside assistance from our local, state, and federal partners. But in reference to having other outside agencies such as LNI, CLIP, that would come from Erica Atwood's shop.
Okay. Do you know how follow-up assignments for participating agencies are tracked? So if PPD says, you know what, we really have a problem with a blighted property that is contributing to gun violence, and LNI says they're going to step in and help you, who determines the follow-up and that activity actually happens, and who holds partners accountable?
So that's part of the tactical meeting. They have a follow-up meeting after the request was put out, and then they will follow up to see was that issue corrected. So that would fall under Erica Atwood. That's her tactical meeting. So they would follow up with that and say, all right, listen, I put a request in to have this abandoned property still. At the next meeting, they would talk about, okay, was it done? Yes, it was done on such and such a date at such and such a time. So that's how that's carried out.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you going with me through this line of questioning. And I hear the bell. But what I'm trying to get at is, I'm assuming there are service supports that we wish we could provide as a city, whether that be shutting down nuisance properties, lot cleaning and greening. And then I know there's also the reality of what the city is able to do right now. And my perception is that there's a large gap between those points. And I'm trying to see how we're using data from tactical team meetings to figure out what those gaps are and how we can fill them, particularly during this budget cycle. So thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good almost afternoon to everyone. I just had a couple of questions that I wanted to go over, some of which are from the previous questions from my colleagues. The first question I had, actually, I just wanted to go backwards a little bit to Commissioner Outlaw. There was a question around lowering the age, and I guess my concern was around the maturity at starting at a younger age. Being a police officer is an awesome responsibility. And I just wanted to check in with you about ensuring that the maturity level is there. I'm not saying that it's not, because you have some 20-year-olds that are ready. Listen, they are ready. They are serious about their career, about their future, and they take things very seriously. And, others not so much. So I just wanted to just circle back on that just really briefly, if you think that's going to be an issue at all. And one of the reasons I bring that up is because on a separate note, you may have heard we had a young man who worked for my office who was a victim of a homicide just recently. He was killed by someone who was working at a bouncer in a bar. And just last night, I saw on the news that there was another homicide that occurred from someone who was working as a bouncer at a bar, in which they, didn't shoot this person, but they actually physically punched him, and he ended up dying. So I'm just trying to get a sense from you about, is this, younger age? Do you think that's going to be an issue at all?
No, I don't. And this was actually my request to the Civil Service Board, given that this was a decision that I could make. It keeps us in line with best practices in law enforcement, not just in the region, but around the country. There are several police officers on this call that actually started when they were 19. The age, which tripped me out when I got here. But there are a lot of people that started at the age of 19. And just to be clear, to clarify, it's age about 20.3 at the time of starting the academy. That means you have to be 21 by the time you graduate from the academy. Gotcha. So there's a lot of room there. And then also, in addition to that, we wanted to close the gap to allow for some of that lag time for our explorers that are not hanging around and waiting to turn age 22 before they can test. So I didn't have, there's always pros and cons, but I felt very confident in that ask of the Civil Service Board.
Okay, thank you very much. Really quickly, I did want to, actually I should have started off this way, but just really thanking and acknowledging the 3 districts that are within the borders of the 8th Council District. And that's the 14th, the 39th, and the 35th District. And, I really want to thank all of the captains. I also want to thank Deputy Commissioner Joel Dales and Inspector Nick Smith and so many others, Deputy Commissioner Wimberly, and really all of those that I work with on a regular basis to really work towards making, the 8th District and really the city of Philadelphia a much safer place. One of the questions I had was when we were talking about homicides and the homicide clearance rate, there was the conversation around, bringing the number up to 65% in terms of a clearance rate. And I'm wondering if you could tell me how many people, and that would be detectives and support staff, which would include the civilian analysts, how many people are working in that particular department right now, and how many are we expecting to add to get to that number?
DC Nash, do you have that answer today? If not, we'll circle back.
Sorry, trying to get my mute off. Right now, in the homicide, we have 77 detectives. Have 1 crime analyst, and I mentioned that because I had spoken about that before. The value of that crime analyst and the work that the crime analyst does is incredible, and we're trying to expand the role of our analysts, and we think that that's really important. We have additional support staff, then we have a number of supervisors, but the actual investigator number is 77. I would like to move that up by anywhere from 3 to 6 additional investigators there, and that is historically on the higher level of our staffing level at the homicide unit, and the ability is dependent upon us having the promotions.
You think 3 to 6? Yeah, you think 3 to 6 will get us to the number that we're looking for in terms of a clearance rate?
I think it'll help immensely, especially if we are able to incorporate the use of additional civilian analysts. And those are non-sworn positions, which is why I'm really emphasizing that, because we can hire people who have already been trained in a field like that. They don't have to go through 9 months at the police academy.
Okay.
And Councilman Bass, if I may say, look, if I can get a dozen more investigators in homicide, it would make a tremendous difference. We just don't have that resource availability right now.
Okay. And, I also wanted to just make mention, so there was a report just over the weekend in terms of an arrest or someone had turned themselves in the homicide of the young man who was killed brought in Allegheny at a convenience store. His mother works for the Philadelphia Police Department. And I believe that it was reported that the person who turned themselves in had another gun case.
He had prior contact with law enforcement. He did have another gun case. That's correct. And I want to just send out major kudos to the investigators that worked that case. They worked so hard to bring that in. And again, it goes back to video. Yeah. Video was critical. But yes, he had prior contacts regarding gun case. That's correct.
Yeah, well, they did a fantastic job, and condolences to the family. No one wants to have to, be in this position in the first place. Sad. But yeah, absolutely. But I guess, my concern is that, this was someone who was, arrested at some point on a gun charge. I don't know if you can talk about what happened there and why this person was out to be able to commit this homicide. But it feels like, I think a lot of folks are feeling as if there is somewhat of a revolving door that, there's a lot of people on the streets who shouldn't be on the streets. And I certainly, as an African-American woman, I certainly am not for the lock them up and throw away the key rule of thumb. But I also want to recognize that there can be no question that we have some very dangerous people out there. And clearly this was one of them.
Yeah, in this case, while he had some prior criminal contacts, prior contacts with law enforcement, and I'm not able to get into all the specifics, I don't know that there was specifically a red flag that would have gone off and said, oh, he absolutely should have been in. He had prior contact actually outside of the city that led to an arrest for a gun. It had happened prior to the incident involving the murder, but his arrest took place after the incident involving the murder happened. It's a little confusing. It'll come out during the court proceedings, and I don't want to do anything to jeopardize that.
Of course.
But you and I share the same concerns about people who are involved with gun crimes and sometimes not being held accountable as much as we'd like to see it happen, so that they're not available for committing these heinous acts.
Right. Well, and I know that the district attorney's office is up next, so I certainly intend to be asking these very same questions to them as well, because I do think that, and you all know this, that you see the same people in and out, or, you see them, you're picking them up in a body bag. A lot of these people, I don't know what the statistic is, but I know it's extremely high. I don't know, Councilman Jones, if you know offhand, but I know this it's extremely high in terms of victims and shooters and victims. And it's a lot of the same people that we know are at risk. And, kudos to city government and the work that we've done. I have to say, in terms of, doing the outreach through the managing director's office and with the programs that we've put some money into, to do a really intensive outreach to these very specific individuals to get them to change course before it's too late. So, I really do thank you for your work. It's not an easy job that you all have to do. I really do have a great appreciation for all of the work that you all do. And, if we can just figure out how to, address some of this violent crime, I think it'll go a long way in our city. The city feels paralyzed. We need to do something about it.
Councilmember Best, I want to say I appreciate all those words of support and recognizing the challenges. I do want to say that we do have a strong collaboration with the District Attorney's Office. There's a District Attorney, Chance Lee, at the DA's office. He's working really hard to identify the individuals who are responsible for serious violent crime and making sure that those cases are moving forward as best as possible. And that's working really well. We could do more.
Excellent.
We can always do better. Thank you.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. Very glad to hear that. Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll come back if you could put me in for a second round. Or actually, my chat is up now, so I can do it myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you. Deputy, it's good to hear that the relationship between the district attorney's office and the police department is improving as it relates to solving these crimes. That's good to hear. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. First, I'd like to thank the police commissioner, her command staff, and leadership throughout the summer and the challenging months that we had. The commissioner and the command staff were very, very accommodating to smaller communities faced with particular armed robberies and violence. And I thought that was very encouraging to the communities, and they truly appreciated that. And I want to just thank you for that flexibility and willingness to work with these oftentimes isolated communities. Let me start with this. I mean, if I'm correct, and I could be wrong, could you tell me? I mean, I think the number of sworn police officers that the department is allotted is 6,380 officers. Is that correct? Yes. And how many officers do we have right now?
I think we're at about 438 sworn vacancies. That doesn't include officers on leave for various reasons. That was as of last month, the end of last month.
Okay. And 13% or so are out on heart and lung disability. Is that the number? Percentage? Is that correct?
That sounds about right. DC Coulter, I'll let you step in.
Yes, that's about correct. That number fluctuates every day, but it's right around that number.
So let me ask about morale. And I'm just going to say this for the public that's listening. I know you know this. I'm just saying a one person can perform like two people, or two people can perform like one person. And policing is a thing that really requires the morale, the morale to put yourself at risk, the morale to jump in, the morale to keep going, the morale to remain calm and treat people with courtesy and professionalism. A lot is required of police officers, and I don't think there's much dispute that at this point in time, many people, myself included, believe that morale is extremely low. And I want to just ask about morale and what are the remedies towards morale. I would say that I think that police officers feel very limited. They feel their hands are tied. They also feel that if they perform their job, they will be blamed, they will be sued, they will be fired, and therefore officers are not performing at the level that they should be performing. And also, they also feel, I think, frankly, that if they make arrests, there's a good chance, and that may be incorrect on their part, but it's certainly, I think, their belief that there's a good chance that those persons arrested will not be prosecuted to the extent that they should be. Could you give me your thoughts on that and how that is addressed?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Morale is an issue, not just here, but in policing all across the country. And it's something that we've seen due to lower numbers of staffing, meaning that, we're continuing to be asked to do more with less resources. I will say that I'm very happy and I'm pleased that of all of the officers that we have out, or the vacancies that we do have, we still have rank and file sworn in none that still show up to work. And they come and do this job, even though all these other things have been lingering. I'm going to be honest with you. The narrative over the last couple of years, the very public narrative that was unseemingly supportive publicly of law enforcement when we do have to do our jobs was hurtful. And it undermined, I believe, our credibility and authority. Yes, we did do some things to get in our own way. We recruit from the human race, so we are going to make mistakes. But when we step up and do the right thing, it's also equally important to hear very publicly that we've done the right thing as well. That's had an impact. I think what will help morale is to ensure that we have the resources that we need. And it's not just the things that we're talking about today. It's down to the lower level, ensuring that their NDTs work, that they have equipment, that they have break time, right? That there's discretionary time built into their schedule so they're not chasing the radio from call to call to call. Ensuring alignment from top to bottom throughout the criminal justice system. There's intense scrutiny over everything that we do now. And we recognize that coming in, but I think it's important also to publicly acknowledge when we do something right. We rolled out in the recent year or so something called healing forums to allow our folks to, without leadership in the room, to work with a trained professional in order to be heard and to provide feedback. That's why I'm sharing these things with you. It's not anecdotal. This is what's been coming from the feedback. And there are things that we're working on internally to, that may not cost money to make sure that their voices are heard as well. But morale has a huge impact on our ability to do the job. And I will also tell you that the research shows us that attacks or assaults against law enforcement throughout the country has increased. I can't tell you how many times I've done press conferences from hospital or trauma bays from our officers being shot and injured or shot at, quite frankly. So that's been on an increase in the last couple of years. So it's definitely an issue. And we appreciate you asking that question, because when we mess up, we recognize that and we need to be held accountable. But when we do well, it's also helpful for what all of you guys have done today to publicly acknowledge that too.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to ask this question because I'm going to use it as an example. I don't know the veracity of it or not, but I was sent information of a recent recruiting effort by the New Jersey Transit Police, and they closed their website saying all job vacancies had been filled. And there was a photograph of hundreds of people around the block applying for a police officer position with the New Jersey Transit Police, based on the fact it appears, I'm going to guess, that recruits in the academy receive $55,800, and when they graduate, they get $64.4 thousand, and that's their starting salary, compared to SEPTA, which starts them at $46.5 thousand in the academy, and when they graduate, they get $49.8 starting salary. Philadelphia, as I understand it, while they're in the academy, they get $56.2 thousand. When they graduate, $58.6 thousand. Is that accurate?
DC Coulter, you want to confirm those numbers?
Councilman, that's close to accurate. I think it's bumped up a little bit with the last contract raise, but it's right around that ballpark. And it is kind of in the medium to high within the country. So our starting rate is pretty fair based on other officers throughout the country, just slightly under the New Jersey numbers that you just gave.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Philadelphia numbers are on par with the national average?
Yes, pretty much so.
Law departments, or
in some cases they're a little bit above, some of our more affluent areas a little bit below, but the officers raise up to over 60 very quickly. They get a raise actually while they're in the academy when they meet the police officer one after 6 months. So they get to 60,000 pretty quickly.
All right. Thank you very much. I know the bell has rung, so I shall come back in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Commissioner and team, for being here today. I know there's a lot of questions here, and we appreciate your patience with us. Two things. One is, as we go through, and I know, as mentioned earlier, about 911, and it seems like we have staffed up there. Are we still looking to increase the staff at 911?
Yes, we haven't met that authorized strength just yet. We're still getting classes through. DC Coulter, you want to share where we are with our progress?
Yes, like I said, we've hired 100 in the last year. And if you remember, in the last contract cycle, the managing director's office was given the ability to allow us to hire an extra 75. So we're now working towards completing that 75, which will complete with our funded authorized strength is. So, I'll take the minute to shamelessly recruit if there's anybody out there that wants to be a dispatcher. It's a very, very rewarding job. Last week we held our Dispatcher of the Year telecommunications, and the folks there that tell the stories of some of the calls that they're involved in and some of the chances they have to help. It's very, very rewarding, and hopefully there are people listening who would like to join us, because although we've hired 100, we do attrit people because it is a very difficult schedule. And quite honestly, it's a difficult job. You get 3 million calls a year. None of them have good news. So it's very, very stressful. It's a lot of work that we put on our folks. So we are still hiring. We still have vacancies, but we are closing that gap significantly.
Yeah, and obviously training is a big part of that, because everybody who calls is not calling calmly and usually frantically, and when you're asking them a lot of questions, they sort of get upset at that person for asking those questions. So it's not an easy job. So training is a big part of that. And the other question with 911 is, I know we were having co-responders and some other questions that were being asked that sort of lengthened the calls of 911. Have we worked on that as far as how we check with mental health?
We have, and we've shortened the questionnaire. We continue to work with our mental health professionals as well as our persons that's embedded in the room to look for what's the most pertinent things to ask. And then moving forward with co-responders, we don't have the numbers that we'd like out there, but we're hoping to get to the point where we have our mental health experts responding on that forefront and eliminating at some point the need for officers to be present at those cases. But it does take up more time, but in the long run, it makes sure that the right people and the right resources get there. So it's kind of a trade-off, but it does, initially when the first set of questions are being asked, it does take longer than it had in the past.
Right, and that's why I think some of the delays and some of the calls were happening. But also, while we look at that, are we also upping the mental health responders, the co-responders, and is that outside your jurisdiction as we get them to work together with the police?
PC Dels, you want to talk about that? We partner with DBH IDS on that. Yes. We're still in the pilot phase of where we are.
So we're looking,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
So we're looking to expand the locations. Well, we have 2 teams in Rock North and 2 teams in Rock South. We're looking to increase those numbers and expand the boundaries which they cover. Hopefully within the next few months, we should see results as far as increasing those numbers, but that's in the works as we speak. So we can talk about that in the near future if you would like. But we are working on increasing.
Right, but there is budgeted resources for that, for the increasing that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. As long as you give it to us, we work on it.
No, that's great. I mean, and as we look for different ways of policing, obviously, I mean, there's those challenges there, but you need the resources also to do it.
Yes.
So that's an important aspect of it. And I know we spoke about beat cops, and I just want to say, I mean, Al Macchione is in the 6th district, and the businesses report to us. He's a beat officer there that's been used there, and they absolutely love him and are amazed by his caring and working with those residents and businesses that area. So I mean, we know that this process works, and we know it's labor intensive. And as Councilmember Parker said, even about her plan, how important it is to be able to build not only the trust between the community and the police officer, but that also helps lift morale. When the police officer is out there and sees that same response, they're more willing to go beyond and do what is necessary because they're getting a good response from the community. So it ends up being a win-win for the police department and a win-win for the community as we build morale and there's more of a relationship between the folks on the street and the officers. So I just want to say that, just seeing it small in this pilot, allowing it to see how it works is so important. And then the response that we get is really amazing because usually we only get responses when it's bad, just like you, right? Only people reach out to us when it's bad, but to get those responses at a meeting when it's good is really refreshing. So, I mean, keep up the good work in that aspect. And it's really important to really have those footbeats and bike officers out and about. One last thing on 911 and the training. When you train people and you have them given locations, and when somebody gives them a location or a place that they're not familiar with, how do they go through? Because we got a complaint that somebody said, all right, there's an incident in the fashion district, and a 911 operator says, can you tell me where the fashion district is? And, things like that. How do we work with training for locations?
That's a very good point, and thanks for bringing that up. They do everything geographically with streets, and that comes up on their technology. But it's a good thing to add some of those phrases that are germane just to folks that are from Philadelphia, like in that Philadelphia area, and I'll make sure that our trainers include that because the fashion district is something that is pretty new to Philadelphia. It's not something that has been here forever. It used to be called the Gallery years ago and stuff like that, and it has expanded. But it's something that I can bring forward to our trainers to have some of those colloquial terms that are used not necessarily by street locations, but everything they have is put in through a GPS system and making sure that those locations are at it. Like the stuff that's significant, like historical things like the Liberty Bell and all those things are in there. But there are people, surprisingly, that wouldn't know where the Liberty Bell was, even if they're from Philadelphia, and our dispatchers are, without giving that location. So it's a good point, and it's something that will certainly have our folks add to that training component. They are in training for 8 weeks, and then after that, they go on the console and have on-the-job training after that. So it's certainly something we can add.
Right, okay. That was just an add-on. I know you had mentioned Kensington a lot in this call, and obviously there's many challenges surrounding that. and how we work with co-responders in those areas, and also how we work with homeless services. All right, you know what? Since this is my last question, I'll skip that and come back in the second round. But real quick, and Deputy Dales, with the ATV detail, and I know you've been actively involved in that, and how we address it. I know last year I think we confiscated over 435 vehicles. I'm not sure if that number is accurate or not. And then we've had other details set up this year. Do we see that will be ongoing this year, and how we're addressing the concerns and the safety issues with the ATVs on the streets?
So last year's number was 480. We're close, which is 480. We will be doing something in the very near future.
Okay, well, I'll leave it at that. That's a good thing, because also we are looking to have a hearing on our sound meter cameras that are also going to help, I believe, at least some of the legal vehicles and some of our boom cars and other meetups that we have that may make it easier for the police to not have to enforce if we could ticket the legal cars that are also causing havoc in and around the community. So thank you for that, and I'll come back second round. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me clear, Council President?
Yes, I can.
All right, great. I'm going to take a page out of Councilmember Jones's book, and I'm just going to ask all my questions up front. Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw, as well as your entire team. I'm not going to be repetitive because I've been listening to all my colleagues, so I've crossed out some of my questions, and I'm just going to give you about 5 questions I have for this round, and we can go from there. So the first question is around heart and lung. I know somebody asked about it earlier as far as how many officers we have out, but the Inquirer did a report that talked about the number of officers who are could possibly be abusing heart and lung. So I'm wondering where we are with that. I'm wondering how much are we spending on folks who might not be using heart and lung the right way. Deputy Commissioner Dales knows this. I spoke to one of your colleagues about some of the mental health issues that officers might be facing, because we talk about a lot of the crime that we see and the trauma that goes with being a first responder to seeing some of the things that we're witnessing. So I'm wondering, what are we doing to support police officers' mental health, specifically looking at their annual training? My third question is around hit and run technology. I'm wondering, did Captain Overwise see any improvement in the work that he's been doing around hit and runs since we got him that hit and run technology last year? I heard a question earlier around cameras and camera installation. So my fourth question is, when a camera is installed, when a location is identified that it needs a camera, whether it be because of illegal dumping or because of other crime, how long does it take for us to identify the location? How long does it take for us to install the camera once that location has been identified? And then my last question is around driving equality. We've seen driving equality get enforced into law a few weeks ago. We're prepared to begin to look at the data, and I'm just wondering, Commissioner Outlaw, if you and your team have any comments on the law as it's been enforced in the direction that the city is going in. Those are my 5 questions for this round.
Thank you. So I think I got them down, and I'll work from the last one up. I know we are working on gathering some data for the driving equity bill, so we may have to get back to you on that. Fran, have you heard, or do you know, Staff Inspector Fran Healy, do you know of any feedback that we have as of today?
As of today, I haven't heard any negative feedback. However, what I did want to do proactively, I reached out to Kevin Thomas, our research and analysis, to actually start to do an analysis on the districts and units to determine, to make sure that we are in fact in compliance. This is a cultural change, so I expect there to be a learning curve, but I want to know where we need to focus our resources for training and education by doing that analysis. So I haven't gotten that back from Kevin. I asked for that actually when I was on the radio call with the councilman a couple weeks ago, so I haven't gotten it back yet.
And when we do, we'll be prepared to circle back and share that information with you, Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you.
You're welcome. DC Dales, you want to talk about cameras and what that process is, typically how long it takes for a camera to be installed?
Yes, usually if you have an issue or you believe you have a problematic location where you believe a camera should be installed, I recommend that you communicate with your captain, and the captain will put that request in through our DIVIC folks who would coordinate with our IT department. Now, in reference to how long it would take to install it, the big issue is we got to make sure we focus on the infrastructure. Will it support the cameras that we have? So depending on the infrastructure, it can take anywhere from a week to a month. I know there was a request not too long ago by one of the captains, and we were able to put the camera within a matter of 3 or 4 days, I think it was.
Thank you. And while we have you, is there any insight you can give us on the technology that was requested by Captain Overwise last year?
That would be
DC Nash. I'm sorry. DC Nash.
Commissioner and Councilman Thomas, thanks. We appreciate your support in that area. I know that the money has been allocated, and I previously mentioned procurement. Some of the technological equipment is still, we're still awaiting it. It's been lumped together with a lot of the stuff for the forensics, and there is a significant lag from time of having it allotted until we get it in place. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers on the hit and runs, so I don't want to go out and provide information that's not accurate. We'll do a follow-up, and I'll let you know how our hit and run numbers compare this year to previous years. So you'll have an idea of where we stand, and that's an area that we definitely want to improve upon.
Thank you. So just confirming, we'll circle back with data on that piece. Councilmember Thomas, as it relates to mental health issues and resources available to officers, and not just officers, but our support staff as well. I mentioned earlier that we rolled out some healing forums, which were extremely successful. And, obviously, if we can get more funding we worked with the Police Foundation in order to get funding for that, and they were extremely successful in giving some specialized units and then individualized units depending on where they work. When I say specialized, I'm thinking of SWAT, I'm thinking of training, but then there were also some looser dates for people to come in general based off of their rank or their classification or just where they work to come and just vent. And we were able to find out what was going on there. And then also specifically, this is important to me, after our critical incidents, we push out and we remind people of the services that they have available to them through EAP. Obviously, we can't make them utilize the EAP services, but we constantly push and remind. And then it's incumbent upon our supervisors here to give people time to tap out when they need to. We've been seeing an increase in that, which makes me feel comfortable because people are now more comfortable in asking for time if they need it, if there's a feeling of burnout or a need of transfer. And then as relates to heart and lung and the Inquirer article, I think that's your last question. DC Wimberly, you want to give an update on where we are with that?
Yes, in reference to the article, we conducted investigations to the officers, the brothers. They both left the job. We have one investigation that is being forwarded to the DA's office. And we have a couple of investigations that are still ongoing. A couple of the other officers have returned to a restricted duty status. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. I do appreciate your team for always giving timely responses to a lot of the issues that I know communicated from my office. I'm pretty late in the question, so I probably won't have time for a second round. But the reason why I just wanted to say that I appreciate the transparency is because the questions that we still have and some of the outstanding issues that weren't answered, we'll just circle back around to you and your team to be able to get those responses. And again, you've been great as it relates to providing that type of information. So I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. Special thank you to Deputy Commissioner Dales, as well as Deputy Commissioner Wimberly, as well as Inspector Francis, all who have worked closely with my office on a lot of different things, from constituent issues to town halls. And there's the bell. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Kim.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Council President. Good afternoon, Commissioner Outlaw, and to all the members of your team. Thank you so much for your time today. So my first set of questions is a little bit about some of the work that you did in last year's budget process. The department had shared that there was a civilianization study underway in partnership with Penn to look at how to optimize staffing allocation and the use of civilians. And, we obviously know that we're currently short of many of the officers we need for all the various strands of work that the department currently does, which is quite widespread. We've been very clear, and I think this is obviously a shared priority, that our top priority is on addressing clearance rates and focusing on serious crimes, especially on gun violence. And that's why a number of us on council have been seeking to shift work to civilians that does not necessarily require a uniformed police officer, from public safety officers to the community mobile crisis units to the management of the 911 call room, for example. So I wanted to ask, I know that the study was supposed to be completed in the fall of 2021. Was that study ever completed? What were the major recommendations, and what do you feel like is the status of implementing them?
I won't go too down in the weeds. So yes, a draft study was done and given to us, the executive team. I know the city has begun engagement with the FOP to get the talks started. But I will just tell you that, I had concerns about police officers, for example, delivering mail, or us filling positions with sworn officers that traditionally are administrative. And so there are a handful of positions like that will be discussed at the table. Obviously, this is something that's subject to collective bargaining, but we wanted to make sure, not just because it's budget season, but really so because we see, I consider our staffing issue a crisis. And we have to do everything that we can internally to be introspective to see that we're being as efficient as possible. So I know the engagement is underway, and I'm not sure on what the timeline will be, but I'm pleased to know that something has been started.
Well, we certainly share that. We do not believe your uniform officers need to be deployed on mail delivery, and share all of that and hope that we can be supportive. Can you let me know what is the status of the management of the 911 call room? Because I know that had also been discussed as an area potentially where it could be civilian-led, since the 911 dispatchers are all civilian.
DC Coulter.
Yes, Council.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner.
Hi, good afternoon. That also is an issue that is subject to collective bargaining. We have all of the members that work within police radio, with the exception of the supervisors, are civilian personnel. But there are some need for sworn personnel just because of decisions that have to be made on the air, such as terminating a pursuit, stuff that, would be relied on someone to have the police training. But there is certainly room for civilians to be part of that supervisory task force as well. So it is things that we're looking at, but it is all subject to collective bargaining.
So does that mean it's not possible to discuss it for until the contract opens up in, 2025 or?
No, there are discussions going on currently between the city and the FOP with jobs that are up for consideration. So it certainly could be included in that. But if there's an agreement that's not reached and it's something that the arbitrator from this contract does not agree with, then it would have to be pushed forward, but it's something that can be discussed prior to that.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner, and we'll look forward to following up. My second area is around the non-fatal shooting clearances. I know that you had mentioned that there have been some improvements in dealing with the non-fatal shooting clearances with the establishment of a new non-fatal shooting investigations group. But could you share what the current clearance rate is for non-fatal shootings this year? And does the department have a specific goal for the non-fatal shooting rate clearances?
Yes, and yes, DC Nash.
So it's a great question on where we're going. Right now we're in the we're at 29% for the unit that's been doing it. They've been operating since the end of January. Our overall clearance rate for the year is slightly lower because we started off the year without the detectives centralized in a way. So that's closer in the 24% range. I think that both of those numbers are gonna go up significantly. They have a number of warrants that have not been able to be apprehended. So in terms of clearing by investigation, the numbers are actually higher than those, and that's going to lead to more success and hopefully lower levels of shootings. Hope that answers a little more.
Do you have a specific goal for the non-fatal shooting clearance rates?
I'm trying to find it now. I don't want to misquote it. It's laid out in our action plan. That was, it's basically a 25% reduction year over year in shootings and non-fatal shootings and homicides. But there was a goal of 65% for homicides, and I'm trying to remember what it was for non-fatal shootings. I'm gonna get that number for you. Yeah. It was lower because the number was already low.
Okay.
It's 30%. It's 30%.
Okay. That feels low, but obviously we want to work with you.
It was low. It was low because it was in the teens before, so we had to identify some incremental change. So now that we're getting to where we want to be, obviously there's room for assessment to go back and raise it.
Good. Well, we look forward to following that progress and being supportive of it. I think, again, we know how important it is on some of the violence that we're seeing is concentrated and potentially relational. And so, we want to support the department's ability to combat that kind of violence with also strong relations and being able to solve. So I had a quick follow-up on the heart and lung, just for clarification. In the 3 months since the inquiry reported on it, I know that, I apologize, I don't remember which team member just spoke about it, but, we wanted to know what has actually been done to bolster the number of uniformed police officers actually on the streets. And I know that someone just said that a few people have been returned, but we've got hundreds who are out. I also wanted to state very clearly that, there's a number of people who believe that heart and lung allows for abuse to happen. It's not really a morale-related issue. It's like, you can't have a program that allows for flagrant abuse. And I know that I appreciate all the members of the department who've been very clear and responsible about the use of that. But, if you could just clarify that, what has actually been done since, other than the investigations, has anything substantively changed in terms of administration of the policy or negotiations with the FOP to end the abuses and to get the number of uniformed officers back onto the streets and off the program, if they are not, typically eligible?
Or from our standpoint, from what's within our realm of influence, I think our last contract negotiations were helpful in that it changed the definition of what an injury is in heart and lung, and we may see some benefit from there. DC Coulter, was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I'm from the perspective of police, and more have come back than what Deputy Wimberly described. They were just ones who were named in the inquiry. There was obviously a whole lot of officers who were out heart and lung that were not named in the report, and quite a few of them have come back because their injuries have either run their course or a doctor's put them back. From the police perspective, in conjunction with the FOP, we're lockstep that we want people who are not injured to be coming back to work. There's not a disagreement between the entities there. Some of it has to do with system, and I think the city administration is working with risk, and some of it has to do with getting qualified doctors, people who can put people back to work, because once they're in the system, there's another system to move forward to get out of it. But we've met with all of our partners in the city and expressed our urgency in order to make sure there's an expedited path. And I know it's in progress, but obviously it's not moving fast enough for any of us. But there's an effort to get that streamlined to make sure that there are officers who want to get back, who are able to get back and get back quickly, and also make sure that nobody's being extended because there isn't that continuity of care and getting people back to work as quickly as possible.
Well, I know we share that goal and, just continue to want to do that. I just want to extend a thank you to Commissioner Dales and to the whole team that's working closely with the school district. We met with several dozen young people from Benjamin Franklin High School this morning, ninth graders, who really talked about the importance of safe transit to and from school and their concerns and fears about what's been happening to them, their friends, and others. And, you know, we just really want to be able to support, expand, and pay attention to those safe corridors programs that Deputy Commissioner Dales has been leading, and will continue to follow up with him on. So thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. Want to thank Commissioner and all her staff at the police department for the tremendous work you've been doing under very challenging and stressful times. Want to commend you for that work and echo the statements made by a number of my colleagues. I know there's been conversations in reference to the issues that were raised at a hearing we had a little while ago regarding the challenges you've had regarding recruitment, both issues regarding residency and also salary. And I'm hopeful we'll have an opportunity to have some more detailed conversations regarding those issues, regarding legislation that both myself and the Council President introduced to have ongoing conversations. But wanted to focus on the issue of crisis intervention training, which is an issue and a concern that we all know is needed. I know there are a number of officers that have signed up for that type of training. This is the type of training that I've been, talking and advocating about for some time, especially considering, my work and advocacy in the area of autism and those with physical learning differences. The challenges that we saw in reference to the unfortunate death of Walter Wallace Jr. So where are we from a funding perspective? I know that it's very expensive. There are a number of officers who have volunteered for crisis intervention training and want to get a sense of what additional resources is needed for the police department in order to get all officers who volunteered to be part of that training up to that level of training, so we can make sure that we have the type of police officers that have the resources and tools they need to deal with the various situations we have in our city.
Thank you. I'm going to punt this one to Staff Inspector Fran Healy. You there, Fran?
Yeah, I am. I'm having problems. I couldn't hear. Could you just repeat the question, please? Sorry, I apologize.
Yes, so Staff Inspector Healy wanted to get a sense of what additional resources would the police department need in order to end the backlog of officers who want crisis intervention training.
Well, quite frankly, it's not a backlog per se. It's a 40-hour training block, which is actually not taught by the Philadelphia Police Department. It's volunteers to come and do the teaching. So we have a waiting list. I won't say it's a backlog, but we've never been at a time where we haven't been able to get to the officers that want the training. We do about 6 to 7 trainings a session. Like I said, based upon the available time of the volunteers that come teach, because these are the experts in their field, the subject matter experts. We have increased it in the past, but what we can't do is we actually shut it down during the summer because of the vacations and the all the conflicts we have in the summer. So we avoid this training sessions from the end of May, June, July, and August. So one thing we could do is possibly think about putting a couple other training sessions in after the summer sessions have concluded. But like I said, it's not incumbent upon us as a police department. We have to really rely on our partners to do the training. But we had, and I will say this, one argument was that we could do larger training classes. Would be one way to get a couple more officers in. However, what that does is that compromises the ability of the officers to do the actual in-person scenario training. So that's a very big part of the training, and actually a heart and soul of the training. So it's a very hands-on training situation. So we, like I said, most of the officers that want it get it in a very short period of time. If you know of any officers that haven't gotten it for a long period of time, just let me know, and I'll look into it personally.
Now, you made reference to the fact that the parties providing the training of volunteers. Are there organizations or individuals or entities that we could retain to do that training, so we're not just waiting on volunteers to provide it, or work with organizations that provide this on a regular basis?
Yeah, the behavioral health and intellectual disabilities is a huge partner. They are our partners, and their volunteers are coming through their networks. And in addition to the trainers, it's very much run by the behavioral health folks and our CIT coordinator, Erin O'Donnell, who coordinates and actually fills in when certain people can't. Either we always have a presenter may drop out or something along those lines for being sick, but she's always been able to keep it up and step up and handle it. So. I mean, I can see if we can do more, but even with the people we have, this is self-serving, and I apologize, but I do think our CIT class is probably one of the best in the country because we focus not just on mental illness, but on crisis. The important thing is to make sure that the officer responding to the individual understands the person's in crisis and then doesn't overreact. So whatever that crisis may be, and focusing solely on mental health is, I think, a small subset of the overall crisis. So I'm very proud of the program we have together, but it is a very labor-intense process to make sure the officers do leave there with a sound understanding of crisis, not just mental health.
Thank you, Staff Inspector Healy. Just have another question briefly, because I know my time will run up shortly, for Deputy Commissioner Dales. One to follow up regarding the work that you've been doing regarding ATV and motorcycle details, and get a sense of how we are dealing with that as we go into the spring and summer months. I know I've sent you various emails, all kinds of times of day and evening, and you're always quick to respond. And I just want to echo the comments that Councilmember Catherine Gilmore-Richardson made earlier about you being available to address those issues. But how do you see us moving into the spring and the summer with the increased need and demand for those type of resources?
So what I'll do, since I have Chief Inspector Kelly on the line, I'm not going to leave him out. He's also a part of implementing some of the strategies we have in place to address the ATVs and car meet details throughout the city. So Chief Kelly, I'm going to let you start off. Anything I need to jump in on, I will do so.
Okay. So, Councilman, what we're doing every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because these are the days that are obviously the heaviest, we have 2 details working in Rock South. We have a car meet detail that's run usually by a lieutenant, and they coordinate with criminal intel to try and get ahead of these different car meets around the city. Most importantly, to make sure we never have an event that took place last year at City Hall. So we have that running on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. We follow them with social media. When we do see them congregating in the area, we try and set up a traffic box to eliminate them going into the area and reduce the likelihood that they'll engage in that slide car behavior. There are some issues with trying to get them to stop. They want us to chase them. Obviously, we have policies where we're not supposed to be doing that, and we stick to those policies. A lot of them cover their tags, so it's not as easy to get their tags to do traffic violations for them. But I think we've done a pretty good job in getting ahead of them and being proactive. Chief McCarrick also runs a detail for his rock, and he runs one also on Aramingo Avenue. Additionally, in Center City, we run a detail, which is a fairly large detail. It covers Broad Street, the City Hall apron, Dilworth Plaza, so we don't have a repeat of what took place last year. And that also covers some of the Parkway. That's run by a lieutenant as well, and we have about 10 units down there. And it is somewhat resource demanding. We realize our first priority is the gun violence throughout the city, but this is a real serious quality of life issue. A lot of this behavior with the ATVs and the dirt bikes is revolved around causing, fear with the public and also taunting the police. That's the big thrill for them. So we don't engage in chasing them. We try and get ahead of them before they get into Center City and set up traffic boxes. And if they do get into Center City, we will come together in a coordinated effort with the supervisors running it to try and get them out of Center City and coordinate with the other car details and Chief McCarrick's detail in Rock North. We've had some success with it. We run it on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. It's getting warm, so we're seeing more of an uptick in it. We do also have a plan on off days that if they do take over Center City and go into an area, the inspector of Central has a plan where we can call in our rapid response team first from Central Division, and if need be, we'll go to the other divisions within the Rock. So we are prepared for that on 7 days a week. On Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're especially heavy. So that's how we're trying to deal with it. It is a tough problem. We've had some issues where they surround our vehicles. They prevent officers from getting in to help other officers. They have damaged some of the cars. it's somewhat of a mindset to really want to taunt us. And I think most of the officers, through the actions of the supervisors, making sure that they keep their cool and do things according to policy. But we're managing a very difficult, chaotic situation, and I think we're making some progress.
Real quick, I know my time is up. I know we've done legislation here locally to try to help address the issue. In conversation I've had with other local elected officials through Pennsylvania Municipal League, this is also an issue in other cities in the Commonwealth. Has there been any thoughts or any suggestions on any type of legislation that can be done at the state level to help address this issue?
I know there was talk about holding the gas stations accountable for allowing ATVs to gas up in those stations. So I have been doing a little research on my own, looking at other cities. No city so far can actually say that it worked, but that's something we can take a look at. That's part of our strategy moving forward as far as paying close attention to some of these gas stations. But as far as the car meets, what could help out is at your level. The chief mentioned how they have these tag covers, right? So my thing is, if you are seen with a tag cover, that should be a violation in the city of Philadelphia as a start, because what they're doing is that as soon as they want to break the law, they'll cover their tags with the press of a button from inside their vehicles. So we can start working on some type of legislation surrounded around that as a start for the cars. That will be helpful, because I know there's talk about trying to issue TVRs or PVRs, meaning parking violations, for those who are breaking the law just based on their tags alone. That in itself could help out some.
Thank you, and thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Deputy Dales. It's probably a legislation being written as you speak as it relates to the tag issue. But I actually do think that there is a law on the PennDOT level with respects to covering tags. Not sure. It might be on a specific type of motor vehicle. And if it's not, I cannot believe that they have not figured that out yet. But I'm sure we'll have something on a local level. Sure.
It is illegal to cover a tag, but they have a gadget where they can leave it uncovered and cover it when they're ready. But my thing is, if you have it on your car, your intentions are to cover your tag eventually. So that should be a violation in itself.
I got you. All right. I'm sure there'll be a rush to submit that 3 o'clock. Council members must submit their legislation. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. I just want to kick off the second round. First, Commissioner, I just want to say, I want to say how much I appreciate your prompt response. And a number of other members talked about you all always responding. We don't necessarily get that from the government, particularly on a local level, definitely not on a state level. So you've always responded, even when that information might be used to be somewhat inconsistent with your policy positions. You still sent it. And I just real briefly, and then I want to ask you another issue. I just wanted to follow up, and not necessarily for your response today. First of all, we got information on the request for the waivers from Mr. Zakagny's office for the police department. And if the waivers get us to a point where we're able to diminish the level of crime and homicides on the short term, that's fine. But we don't have a copy of the request. It references the request from the police department for the waiver. It also references certain numbers as it relates to the number of residents, the eligibility of those residents, and all of that. I won't ask you to respond to that. But it does indicate that there are 2,290 residents based on this particular count that they have. And again, I want to thank you for your response earlier to you directly with respects to the number of applicants. And it was like 2,502 applications, the most recent, which you all are working off of that particular list to fill positions as it relates to recruitments. So I want to thank you for giving us that information. What I wanted to do is just ask you, not for response today, but to make sure that the cross review of the application process and what we got from the HR Cagney's office and what your information was with respects to the number of applicants. I get a perspective on, eligible, like who took the test, the status of those applications and all that. If you could just forward that to me a little later on so we can get a clear sense of the number of residents that actually are eligible by virtue of their residency and then subsequently by virtue of the testing and then the psych and all the other things. That would be very helpful to me as we move ahead, because I do want to make sure. And also the offer that I made earlier, my questions with respect to residency, I really wish that you all use us as City Council. We have, I'm not trying to brag, but we have significant capabilities as it relates to outreach to individuals in the city of Philadelphia. We have vast networks as it relates to our social media. Also, you should think about, because I've had these conversations with the individuals, organizations that we've just funded for the proactive approach to reducing violence. I talk to them frequently about this whole issue about how do we get people engaged in the process. I can remember a conversation that I had with a gentleman named Wallow, who's one of the most prolific social media persons. He talked to us about how we were not adequately promoting the need to be a police officer versus what he thought we should do, and he actually ended up helping us significantly. So please use us for that. I want to just have a quick follow-up, because I think I may actually be on the clock this time around. The issue with respects to, and it's been touched on a couple of the available officers to help us combat crime. Recruitment is one thing, but being able to use officers that are currently police officers, clearly trained, that be adequately deployed. This whole issue around public safety officers, which I talk about along with my colleagues frequently, I know Councilman Squilla, and the ability for us to recruit them separate and aside from the FOP negotiations, because it's been shown that they don't want anything to change. And everybody has to change at some point in time in their life, The question, when we ask the administration about this in the manager director's office, they give us the impression that they are proceeding on that process of designating those. And as you know, our viewpoint is that public safety officers should be used for a number of things. I think we have a hearing scheduled soon in the Public Safety Committee about writing tickets. For the life of me, I haven't talked to a person yet who think that's the appropriate use of trained police officers. The issue with respect to traffic, and you actually forwarded information on those numbers of individuals. Construction site monitoring, all of the things, delivering mail. I guess my question is, to what degree have you all interacted with the managing director's office, who I think is in charge of that process? Because I want to make sure that what they're telling us is consistent with what your relationship is with them and determining how we get these folks on board.
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. It's all part of the larger civilianization conversation that's been had. They have been in communication with us. We have had meetings about this. We did share their recommendations on the civilianization draft, and I believe that was used to inform their engagement with the FOP, specifically the public safety officer positions that you're talking about, enforcement officer positions that you're talking about. So we've been in the loop on that.
All right. So to get a little more specific, we have a hearing coming up on state authorized in the state constitution with respect to police, with respect to civil service employees writing traffic tickets. And I understand if you don't want to respond now. One, we're going to request that you obviously attend that particular public hearing. The state law says that upon a local ordinance, you shall be authorized to have a civil service employee write tickets other than a police officer. And my question, one, is will you all be attending that hearing? And two, if you can say now what the position will be of the police department.
I got to do a little bit more research on that, but if you guys give us the dates, we'll be there. It's the first I've heard of it.
Thank you. And by the way, the ordinance was written by the law department. the folks that represent us on the legal front. I want to thank you so much for that. Real quick, pivoting back to the training, the recruitment, you talked about the 125, and I know that you need to be in a better position. We also want to be helpful. What we want to do is send you information on what council has done as it relates to its recruitment to get people to do the right thing as it relates to wearing masks and all the other information. So we're going to be forwarding you a list of the platforms, a list of the entities that we use, and I think that you will see the numbers dramatically more significant than even what you're requesting, because again, we do want to be helpful to your efforts. So one, if you can get me the information on the recruitment, Academy, HR, you all, what that process is, the correspondence that I'm receiving for both of you all as it relates to this issue, and the cross sections as it relates to the information that we're getting. I want to thank you. And I do want to thank, as other members, thank the captains. I actually have 2 new captains in my council district that I haven't had an opportunity to personally meet yet. So I hope that I'm understood that there will be very good captains. Captain Akil, which is like a person that I got on speed dial. He's always just had a recent conversation about some issues up on North Broad Street, and he's very responsive to myself and this one. So I want to give a shout out to the captains in my council district and thank them so much for their support. And on that conversation that we just had with respects to ATVs, and I want to thank Deputy Commissioner Dales for his response initially. Can you include something, report back on the motorcycles, not the ATVs? On the parkway, we have a different set of circumstances where we have, apparently the parkway is used for a race course. We had a very interesting conversation with the residents on the parkway. And they actually have start-finish times, and it's pretty elaborate. So we can make sure that we can get a little update on where we are with that. The motorcycles that we understand actually come from outside of the city as it relates to that activity, and that's very important. So I want to thank you so much, and with that, I'll call on Councilman Jones for the second round. And just for the record, given the time constraints on today's schedule, we had a very optimistic schedule listed today. It's extremely unlikely that we will be able to get everyone in, so we are asking that the law department at a minimum be moved to another date, and we may have to adjust further given the volume of questions that we will continue to have with the police and we anticipate with the district attorney. So members may have to be a little flexible, but they will be, the ones that do not testify, that they will be available at a later date. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for, in the upcoming redistricting, that I now have to deal with that whole raceway issue on the parkway. Appreciate it. I look forward to your leadership and guidance on the matter. Again, I want to echo what my colleagues have said about my police captains in the 19th, the part of the 39th, the 5th District, and a slight part of the 14th. They have always been responsive, along with Deputy Commissioner Dales, come out to different community events, some of them difficult in dealing with the shooting instances in my district. But to have them there, it shows that we are in this together with the community. So I'm truly appreciative of their attendance. And, those are difficult meetings with difficult conversations, but half of the battle is showing up. So I appreciate them being a part of it. We did a walking tour in Overbrook Park at one point as a result of one of those shootings, and it was mentioned that there was a time when we had sectors versus PSAs. I do not know why that shift to PSAs is more effective, but if there is someone that is in your command structure that knows that, I don't need that answer now, but if you would send that to the president to figure out why we changed, because some of the pro side of having a sector was that was a 5 maybe square block area, that there was predictability about personnel, and that the community, in community policing, people got comfortable with seeing that regular face, that predictable officer that was going to be there, and might have felt more comfortable. There was a rationale that moved us to PSAs, and I wasn't around as chair of public safety then, but I would like to know what that rationale was. And the reason I asked the question is because of those 57 blocks. Is there a better way in some cases to deploy people so that there is a more focused attention given to areas to bring that violence level down based on that kind of structure? So that is something I would be interested in knowing about. The second question I would have is I got complaints in my offices, and they were from stores that did not want to be attributed to the complaint. And there were, many of them were in Center City, and some of them I know. They were saying that there was a problem with flash mob stealing, and then also thefts, that shoplifting, that they were not in a position to deter. Is that something that has gotten on your radar, and what are we doing about that flash mob? Almost, it came out of California, where people just run in the store and start helping themselves to merchandise. Has that been a trend?
Don't blame it on California. You know I'm from California.
I know you're from California.
So thank you for those two questions, Mr. Chair of Public Safety Committee. I will let DC Dales answer those two questions, but I will tell you, so PSAs or the adoption of PSAs were brought on a few years ago, not just here, but in places all over the country. It was seen as a best practice for geographical policing to ensure more accountability, having a lieutenant as a linchpin that had their hand on all of the issues. But specifically, DC Dales, you were here when this was rolled out. You want to give a little bit of historical background on PSAs and how we got here?
You're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that. It actually started under Police Commissioner Ramsey. What his goal was to have the same police officers, same supervisors within the same zone 24/7. We had lieutenants who oversaw the PSAs. The community would have access to the lieutenant. They have issues within their community. They can reach out to the lieutenant and work together as a team to solve issues. We wanted to back away from having the police resolve the issues by themselves. It was supposed to be a joint effort between the police and the community. Of course, if it's something that pertains to law enforcement, yeah, we will handle that part. But if it's something dealing with quality of life issues, everyone can play their part. So that's how the police service area concept came about under Commissioner Ramsey at the time. Each district had approximately at least three PSAs. Some had as many as 4. I know when I was in the 14th police district, I had 4 PSAs, and we would have meetings at each one of those PSAs, so no neighborhood would be left out. So when you have sectors are broken down. They're pretty much like sub PSA, if you want to call them. So having the community as a whole meet and work together as a team was more challenging when you have smaller silo neighborhoods, working in silos, these smaller neighborhoods within these sectors. So the PSA concept came about because of that. We still continue to run the PSAs the way it's initiated in the beginning. However, what we also are doing is we are also breaking those PSAs down into smaller groups when it comes down to showing a police presence and addressing crime. So we are doing that. But hopefully I answered your question in reference to how PSAs came about.
And then
Yes.
the flash mob piece.
Oh, the flash mob piece. Thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner. So we had a situation downtown where we had a lot of juveniles where they pretty much gathered downtown, especially near the fashion district. Police were in the area, but what we decided to do, we increased our presence during certain times down in the fashion district. I have Chief Inspector Kelly on the line, who also has his lieutenant who oversees the detail downtown. If you want to add a little something, Chief Kelly, or you or your lieutenant want to add a little something in reference to that, that'll be great.
Right. So normally we beef up the detail down there a little bit, but a dual function for our car detail and our Broad Street detail also is the fashion district. So we have a rapid response group that can immediately respond over there, which is a pretty sizable package. So the last few times we had incidents there, and then we also have, we use the Broad Street detail to respond. Also, we use the bikes. We have a bike package downtown on day work and 4 to 12. So the bike package will respond as well. And they're also deployed around there, especially when we know there's times where a lot of school kids are coming down and when we're going to have early dismissals and stuff. So it's actually a dual function for our Broad Street package. Also is utilized as a rapid response, mainly so far for the fashion district or anything else we might have. If we did have flash mobs, say on Chestnut Street or Walnut Street or something like that, we have the extra resources already there.
So I would just caution you to take a look at the number of drugstores, convenience stores, 7-Elevens that are closing, and a lot of them won't, because of their corporate messaging, say why. But it has come to my attention that they're overwhelmed with the inability to address shoplifting and mass invasions of their stores. And if that is true, that's something I need on your radar, because that impacts city's image when it comes to people visiting Philadelphia. And so please keep that on your radar. Finally, the Police Oversight Commission, I would want to get a consensus before the budget is up. We don't have to deal with that right now, but on the level of funding for it. We are stuck between somewhere around 2.4 million, and I think a better number is at 3 million, considering how big Member Brooks has cited the increase. So there's a lot of oversight and a lot of capacity needed to do that. So stay tuned for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Excuse me. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to continue my line of questioning where I started talking about a holistic approach to addressing neighborhood safety, as included in the Neighborhood Safety and Community Policing Plan that was introduced in March. And I want to state a special thank you to Councilmember Jones, because I already acknowledged Councilmember Johnson in his leadership with the Victims Advocate, Office of the Victims Advocate. But Councilmember Jones, we want to thank you, Sam, and your entire team for that Citizens Police Oversight Committee, because both of those entities, in particular, helped to push back this false narrative that there was no way that we could support police oversight, criminal justice reform, and still desire to have community policing in our neighborhood. It was a false narrative that wasn't coming from the people who lived in the neighborhoods where the violence was taking place relative to the ground up data that we received. So I want to thank you for your leadership. With that being said, I want to go back to this issue of morale, and I want to put on the record that pre-COVID, pre-civil unrest, Frank Halber, who was the then leader of Local 1637 out of AFSCME, came to meet with me along with the women, many of them women working in 911 about their environment. Councilmember Jones, Chair of Public Safety, and I got together. We took a tour of that 911 facility. We talked with them about their needs, had a public hearing to get that information on the record. And I want this to be noted specifically in response to Deputy Commissioner Coulter's response about civilians versus police officers or leadership being supervisors in 911, is that once you become a 911 dispatcher, morale is also increased when you know that you have room for growth, when there's an opportunity to move. My staff and I visited the NYPD. We were at their call center, and when we talk to the predominantly women, black women, brown women, very much mirroring our 911 dispatchers, the opportunity for them to move up, it did help them because it gave them something to look forward to. And for the benefit of Philadelphia residents, I want you to know that as it relates to the fire department, civilians are supervisors in the fire department as it relates to handling those calls. And so while we're dealing with this issue in negotiations through collective bargaining and discussions with the FOP, if it's good enough for the fire department, it definitely needs to be good enough for the Philadelphia Police Department and our civilian dispatchers. So I wanted to get that on the record. I want to go back to the issue of abandoned cars because I want you to help me with this. Was the data that I put on the record accurate, and that the city of Philadelphia has 11 contractors who tow abandoned cars, and that these contracts actually cost the city $0? Is that accurate?
I do know we have 11 salvers, but as
Yes.
far as, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Joe. Yes, that they are a zero balance. They make their money on the recovery of the car. There is no cost to the city. They do have a contract, but they're not paid. There's no cost to the taxpayers. Their compensation is for, I guess, what they get for the car itself.
Thank you. Now, Deputy Coulter, I want you to help me here. Would these same contractors be responsible for the towing of tractor trailers? And are tractor trailers towed? I'm talking about like across the city, if there's been an invasion, they come and park for weeks and it's very difficult to get them out. Even when you contact the companies that they work for, we've had in many instances of them say that it is cheaper for them to pay the ticket and more convenient to stay than it is to move. So are these same contractors responsible for the towing of tractor trailers, or does the city of Philadelphia even tow tractor trailers? How does that work?
There is a contract with one specific because they are a larger vehicle, so it's a separate contract. I'm not sure of the terms of that contract with the city, that for large vehicles, not only tractor trailers, but anything that's large. There's also within the police department a truck enforcement unit. So they mainly enforce moving violations with trucks because obviously the danger that they would present on a highway being so large, and if they're violating speeding or occupancy or what they carry. So there is a contract. It's with a specific towing company, but I'm not sure of the terms. But there's only one that's technically contracted to tow large vehicles, which would tractor trailers would be included.
I want to formally make an ask today that the police department explores and or whomever it is, if it's the MDO's office or the administration, how do we explore increasing the amount of contractors, similar if we have 11 doing abandoned cars, increasing the number of contractors, especially if it's at zero expense to the city, to tow tractor trailers and explore its impact on on public safety here in the city of Philadelphia. I heard the bell, and I want to get these questions on the record, the final ones, and I want to ask that you all give us a response if you can. The 911 texting infrastructure in the city. I want to note for the record that visited New York City and they have it. The $100 million number that we heard that it could potentially cost. They have 3 to 4 people on what they call per tour, which is really per shift, Deputy Coulter, who are actually engaged in the texting, while they recommend that people still call 911 in New York City. The texting is available. Now, this has to go on the record. New York City has 9 million calls per year to 911, and they do about 22 to 23,000 calls per day. In 2021, they had 25,000 text messages for the whole year, and out of that, 11,000 were actual texts related to police, ambulance, and/or fire. That's only about 100 texts per day. 80 on a slow day, 150 on a busy day, and that's 4 people per shift. So, Deputy, I'm looking forward to talking with you when we move forward about that, and to talk about that and how the city of Philadelphia can become more aggressive and make texting, because you can do it discreetly. If you want to report something and no one actually really has to notice that you're doing it, particularly if you are in fear, we want to make sure that's available. I also want you, Commissioner Outlaw, to tell us, if you will, where we are with witness location. Been a strong advocate since Harrisburg for this issue. Advocate here when communicating with the administration. Want to know your perspective about that dollar amount. In addition, reward money. How much reward money has actually been spent as it relates to FY21? A gentleman whose son was murdered, who ended up putting up his own money to get information to give to the investigators. Again, ground up, said the city of Philadelphia has to include an increase in reward money as an incentive to encourage people to come forward and talk. And finally, Police Commissioner Outlaw. We want the people in the city of Philadelphia, police in the city of Philadelphia, to reflect the city of Philadelphia. We've had this conversation for years. I want to say thank you to you for making this a decision to bring in a dynamic person like Leslie Morant to serve as the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, because if it is not somebody's job to ensure that diversity, equity, and inclusion is embedded in every aspect of a particular department, and we just farm it out here, farm it out there, farm it out there, sometimes there is no comprehensive plan. So I want to thank you for that and ask you to give a brief response, if you can, on those 3 issues.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Thank you. So, DC Coulter, you want to just address the text to 911 piece really quick?
Sure. We are always open to expanding it within our capabilities, but as you know, and because you get the same calls we do, we are still not right staffed for our normal numbers. And I would be interested to know how many 911 dispatch call takers New York has in total.
1,700. 1,700.
And we have about 300. So percentage-wise, our people are handling more calls than New York is now. I mean, based on the number of people answering and the number of calls that you described. Because we do about 8,000 a day with probably 1/5 of their staffing. So it is certainly something that we would like to make available for people in those absolute emergencies that can't communicate. But looking at the studies and actually talking with Commissioner Teal, that fire is not prepared to do this at this time either, based on those staffing numbers. So I look forward to working with you and meeting with you, but there are certainly challenges based on the fact that our number per operator is still way greater than what those folks in New York are doing when they're dedicating 4 people solely to texting.
Thank you. And then just really quick, so Witness relocation falls under Erica Atwood's shop, so I wouldn't be able to give any detail on that. And then for reward money, we make the request to the MDO's office, who then authorizes.
Are you saying that the reward dollar amount that you've offered, that has been sufficient? And do you review rewards as an incentive that can help you clear and address the issue of gun violence and crime in the city? Is that a tool in the toolbox that that you need and that should be enhanced?
We absolutely need it. I'm sorry, I said the MDO's office. It's the mayor's office where we submit the request, but we absolutely believe that that's a good tool. DC Nash, you could speak a little bit more as to whether or not you think you have more people coming forward as a result of it.
I mean, it's a challenging question, Councilmember Parker. It really depends on the situation. It also depends on the amount of publicity that we get. I can tell you that I think it was Councilmember Bass that referenced the horrible murder of the police officer's son. We were fortunate in the video that we recovered. It was strong. It was immediately identifiable to anybody that knows, and we got incredible response. We had a homicide in the beginning of the year, literally on New Year's Eve morning, or New Year's morning, 1 o'clock in the morning on Luray Street. We had a number of people that were walking into a bar. We put out video. We got a tremendous response. That response can go into the tip line. And then upon, after an arrest and a conviction, it will get analyzed. Our reward is based on information leading to an arrest and a conviction. So it's not an immediate, like if you call in a tip that Ben Nash committed a crime, you're going to immediately get it. So it's a time-consuming element. We look them over. We see how effective they are. It can help. But at the end of the day, it's not an overriding feature of it. I think when people see individuals that they know have committed horrendous crimes, whether there's a reward or not, they're inclined to call up and say, I know that guy, I went to school with him, and that's going to help. Rewards are helpful, but we have a limited amount of money that can go towards it. When we have some high-profile homicides, we often get additional funding from our federal partners or from the FOP, as well as from the city. So it's kind of a mixed bag overall.
Thank you. And Commissioner, you responded that you work with the mayor's office as it relates to the witness relocation funding. My question to you is that if there is anyone who knows that a witness needs to be relocated, that knows that, between the DA's office and the police department when you are investigating. So I'm asking you, as it relates to demand and the requests, is that what you want to get on the record relative to the need? And it clearly isn't sufficient. I've heard, Johnson have talked about this, Jones talked about it, they're talking about it in Harrisburg as I did it. Tell me how important is the tool of witness relocation and accessing those dollars immediately in your toolbox to solve crimes?
Sorry about that. I misunderstood the question. Absolutely, it's important. And, again, that's DC Nash's shop. But that's one of the challenges that we heard, in recent years about witnesses coming forward, especially given how dense our city is. We know how in close proximity a lot of our victims and our shooters reside, right? And the need to be relocated is something that's important for many people. So the ability for us to communicate that to the entities that are responsible or that are able to do that, and then have it happen in a very timely manner, not only helps us solve crimes, but later on down the road, it helps in getting those folks feeling comfortable and not being fearful of testifying in court and following up. So it's extremely important.
Thank you. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, Leslie Morant, and I'm on mute.
Yeah, this is something that I pointed out when I first arrived here, laid out in our action plan, was very clear. Not only was there a need for this position to centralize our focuses, not just in making sure there's diversity in who we hire and who we retain and who we promote and put in certain seats, but it's ensuring that we use an equity lens in everything that we do. It's not just budget, but it's also in our crime strategies, making sure that we're checking ourselves and asking the questions, if I take this action, will it have a disparate impact on underrepresented communities? So I'm glad that I was finally able to, with the help of many people, including our Chief Strategy Officer, Ms. Blake Norton, and others. I'm happy that we were finally able to see this position come into fruition. There's only a handful of police departments in the country that have this position, and I'm almost certain that this is something that will be used as the precedent to ensure that we're providing equitable service to our communities, both externally and internally.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Council President. And again, thank you so much to Commissioner Outlaw and your team for all of the work you do. I wanted to circle back to the nuisance businesses, in particular the stores that are illegally selling drug paraphernalia. I know that the police department typically and has been participating actively in the nuisance business task force. And so could you detail how many police department staffers are represented on the task force, and if there are plans to increase the number of officers on the task force so that we can continue to provide coverage for the inspectors from L&I who go out to do the inspections. The new piece, particularly on the stores selling drug paraphernalia, is that the inspectors are stating they will not go out without the police department. And so we recognize now that we will need additional officers on the nuisance business task force and specifically working on the enforcement effort for the drug paraphernalia stores. Now, the way that we have been doing the tours, council district by council district, we typically always have either the captain and or the officers in that area with us. But we need dedicated police officers on the nuisance business task force. So could you just talk about that briefly?
Sure. Thank you for that. Before I turn it over to Staff Inspector Fran Healy, I just want to let you know there's always room for assessment where there's need, but we have to prioritize based off of, where the greatest need is with the same amount of resources that we have. So whenever we're pulling officers to put them in a task force, whether it's with our, state partners, our federal partners, local partners, whomever it is, it potentially takes an officer off the street. And that's the officer that we have on foot or on a bicycle or responding to calls for service. So when we are pulling, officers out of specialized units, we just have to be really cognizant of that. And quite frankly, it's been the opposite. We've been pulling officers out of specialized units to put more boots on the ground so we can increase our visibility, especially as we're going into the warmer months. But Fran, you mind just kind of talking about what our current relationships are, not just with L&I, but with our other law enforcement partners as well?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Just so you're aware, the nuisance committee that we have is actually coordinated through the law department, and all the city agencies are represented there: L&I, health, fire, police, state entities, liquor control board, and the liquor control enforcement. So we work as a team. The task force really isn't designed to have people assigned to it to do the operations. We coordinate with our staffs. So what happens is we're going to have an inspection. I'll coordinate with Rock North or Rock South to dedicate a certain number of people to do the inspection for that day. So it's not an ongoing thing, but we are working together to do regular and consistent inspections. So right now we do them ad hoc when we all have certain problems in certain areas. We come together, we do the inspections, but I just had communication with the law department. I'm looking to do it on a more regular basis, like the third Friday of every month or something along those lines. So everyone's aware that we're coming and when we're coming. So we're working very well, but just as to the paraphernalia stuff, specifically with that, what I've done, you're 100% correct. The L&I reached out and asked for our assistance. And like I said, I usually use Rock North or Rock South police personnel to assist in these. However, there's a little bit of a specialty when it comes to the paraphernalia. So Chief Inspector Flacco was gracious enough to allow me to use his people for L&I when they do the paraphernalia inspections. And I think they've done 3 or 4 of them at this point in time. And anytime L&I needs them, we coordinate and we go out as a team. I believe, don't quote me, this is actually their statistics. I think there's been 56 inspections with the assistance of their Narcotics Bureau with L&I each time.
Okay, no, I think I was just trying to get clarification now with this new process from licenses and inspections that they won't go out for the drug paraphernalia tours without the PPD. I know we typically had like a lieutenant or someone on the nuisance business task force that did the coordination. I just was not sure how we're going to do this moving forward. Now that L&I is saying they need to have PPD. So is it that you'll work with that particular police district on
Yes.
whatever area they're going to for that day, and you just coordinate through the nuisance business task force?
Yes, that's what I do. So we've been doing
Okay.
this for quite some time. And the issue of paraphernalia has come up. And when it was brought up originally, I'll be honest with you, originally they reached out to the Rock North and Rock South. But in reality, the narcotics unit has this more specialized experience in handling the paraphernalia and how to document it. So, like I said, Chief Flacco was happy to participate. So, when it comes to paraphernalia, I reach out and coordinate with the narcotics folks, and when it's all the other like L&I and health issues, we coordinate with the law department through Kristen Bray, and we coordinate through Rock North and Rock South, and they've been always available to handle enough officers to handle the inspections, and they resume patrol once the inspections are over.
Okay, well, I heard the bell, and if there is a third round, I'll have to come back. I think the bell was very fast this round, but at any rate, I'll come back on the last round. But my goal was to ensure that we are adequately staffing the nuisance business task force as a part of this budget process from the perspective of every department, including PPD. So I just wanted to ensure that we had the resources necessary and had a game plan for moving forward. As I stated, we were out in the 35th last night, and there were a couple of businesses that were already closed, recognizing that the nuisance businesses are impacting the corridors in a significant way, not just from the all day, all night activity that's adjacent to the location, but also from a trash perspective. I mean, I'm always finding myself calling streets and or clip and or both, and thank God for streets and thank God for Tom Conway. I mean, we just could not do this without Tom Conway. So there's a lot of issues that we see on these corridors as a result of these stores. And I just want to make sure we can continue to have a focus on the stores so that we can let the good actors on our corridors know that we care about them too, because a lot of them are besieged because of these stores selling drug paraphernalia. So I apologize, Council President. I would like to come back for a third round if that's possible. Thank you.
Councilwoman, you never have to apologize for seeking knowledge on behalf of the citizens of the city of Philadelphia. And you shall lead off the third round. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson. Councilman Johnson?
I'll pass, Council President. This is for the next round with the District Attorney's Office.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President.
Welcome.
So I'm just going to follow up and finish up on my round of questions. Terms of national average, and I do understand that the current police salary, starting salary 58.6, is a fixed number. It may be adaptable to change. I'm not sure what all the changes are to get to whatever number, but the number I have, which may be incorrect, I just get this off of the internet research. It's hard to find a national average, but what I looked at seemed to be that the national average for police salary was $66,000. Could someone explain that to me? Does that sound right, sound incorrect? 58.6 versus 66,000.
Councilman, if I can take a stab at it, within a very, very short time, our officers are in that 65 range. I mean, while they're recruiting and training is the only time that they're under $60,000. As they come out, we have 1, 2, and 3 step increments So before they're at their third year, they're already at that. And I'm sure that the national averages or the averages that you're looking at aren't necessarily based on recruit, but the average salary for police. So we are really are in that range.
No, thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that. In terms of technology and force multipliers, force enhancers, types of technology is the police department considering?
I think this is a good time to talk about mobility and what mobility does. Kevin, here, Director Thomas.
Yes, ma'am. Do you mind? Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. In terms of force multiplier, force enhancer, what type of new technology is the police department looking at to enhance, its ability to assist officers to pinpoint, to be more accurate, to have a greater presence and effectiveness without the actual physical need to be engaged?
So several years ago, we embarked on a pilot project through the Police Foundation grant of about $1.5 million to expand the use of two things. Number one, the use of a crime information centers in both Central and East Division, staffed by analysts to support information sharing and analytical surgical policing efforts inside those divisions. And then in addition, we provided mobile phones to both the 24th, 25th districts as well as the 22nd district, to every single officer in those districts. We also included, as was mentioned earlier, Homicide and the new Special Investigations Group that's doing the non-fatal shooting analysis. So through that process, we were really wanted to. This has been something that's been discussed at the PD for a very, very long time. By providing this platform, it really starts to enable us to look at how we could not only modernize police efforts by saving time. It opens up the ability to get information from the street so that we can actually have a process by which information directly from the officers, as they talk to people in the community, can send that information over to those CICs, and then that can then be wrapped into the intelligence cycle that then hopefully enhances our surgical policing efforts. In addition, through the pilot, we looked at things like modernizing, for example, mobile patrol logs. Right now, with every patrol, there's a paper log that has to be filled out by police officers. It can be time consuming to collect all that. It has to be signed off. The paper has to be signed off every single day by both the sergeant as well as the lieutenant. Right now, we're in the process of piloting a completely electronic version of that. And then, by the way, that piece of paper gets thrown into a box that gets thrown into the basement of the district. This is now enabling us to look at things like that, look at incident reporting through mobile devices, and other types of things. Just to give you an example, I believe District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., they provided mobile field reporting to all their officers. It saved the equivalent of hundreds of police officers' time. But the barrier for us in Philadelphia was access to that device and the cost of the phone plans that would be required to be able to do that. Now that we tested that out, we've now proposed a 3-year rollout to have every single officer in the department have a mobile phone when they come out of the academy. That starts with this year's budget, and then we'll expand each year until we're completely rolled out. In addition, we're looking to add 4 more divisional crime information centers. That way, each division will have its own crime information center in order to support the analytical functions. One thing I will add, last thing, that was an unforeseen consequence that was kind of an obvious one. When we gave these phones, particularly in the Kensington Police District where we had the footbeats, what we immediately saw was that the officers were just making more connections with people in the community. Folks in the community, reported by the officers, the folks in the community were much more willing to text them behind the scenes, especially because they knew that it was a city-issued phone, that it wasn't an officer's personal device. And that increased a significant amount of information sharing, and that led to quite a few success stories that I don't have in front of me right now, but we'd be more than happy to provide that after the call.
Thank you very much. My time is up. I appreciate all that very good information. I will just note, and this is not in contradiction, that years ago I did a ride along in Kensington, and I asked the officers about the electronic filing of police reports, and they responded by telling me, in addition to doing the electronic reporting, they still had to do the paper reporting, so it doubled their workload, and they were less inclined to make arrests or to do things that required paperwork, because they were now gauging that the minor offense to them yet major to the residents was even more time consuming with two sets of reporting. And I will just assume and believe that those are things that you've overcome, because that didn't seem to be very productive at the time. But the things that you said sound very, very good and things that we should be doing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. That concludes the second round. Real quick, I'll kick off the third round. I've got a couple of questions, pretty much softballs. Commissioner, I see we have a report. I don't know if this is accurate. I never necessarily believe what the newspaper says, but it talked about a backlog of 34,000 abandoned car complaints. To your knowledge, is that accurate? Does that come into you, or does it go to 311 and then to the department? How does that work exactly?
It could be talking about 311, DC jails. I will turn it over to you, but we are aware that there is a backlog of 311 calls, and as recently as yesterday, heard from the captain in neighborhood services that she's working with district leadership to streamline that process, to make sure that district officers are trained specifically on not only identifying abandoned cars, but what to do with them so it can be handled in a much timely fashion. It is true that our recovery of abandoned vehicles has declined dramatically since our numbers were much higher in 2019. They've been going down steadily since 2020. So I'm not sure if that number is accurate, but there's definitely a backlog there.
All right. And so the hearing is May 5th, 2 p.m. We will send you an official request, but just for the record, since we referenced it earlier, someone made sure I had that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ghost guns. Councilman Johnson's been talking about this forever. And I want to ask what, I know you all may have to analyze it, but the President Biden issued an executive order with respects to ghost guns. I guess it's the serialization of the ghost gun components. Your estimation, and I'll understand if you can't answer in specific terms, but do you think that will allow us to make a significant difference in terms of tracing these guns back to the original owner or the manufacturer or the shooter, or wherever we need to trace it back to solve a particular crime?
It's definitely a start. If we can get this moving forward, to be honest with you, some of us major cities are seeing ghost guns as being more prevalent than other cities. And the fact that this is now being spoken of at the federal level is extremely heartening. It's for us, because that means there's being attention paid to it. There's been, we track the ghost guns, not only that we recover, but ghost guns that are used in our crimes here. And we know that folks are using these intentionally in a lot of these non-fatal shootings and homicides, because they know we can't trace the gun back. So yes, any effort, whether it's at the state level, but really at the federal level, would be extremely crucial for us. And I appreciate the current administration's acknowledgement that this is something that is a priority. This was the first that we've heard of that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, this is one of those things that I wonder why did it take so long, but who knows about the machinations of the federal government. There's always challenges anytime you try to do something. Somebody's going to always be opposed to things that support the citizens, the public safety and life and safety of individuals, i.e. the NRA. All right, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick question. It is in parts of my district in the 19th, someone's going to get shot every 28 days, sometimes fatally. In other parts of my district, we don't realize that level of activity. But what we are seeing as of late is that crime is a lot more mobile, and that some crimes by way of drug dealing happen at McDonald's parking lots, happen at gas stations where people are in and out. Is there any attention being given to that type of task force to note that young folk, usually from the suburbs, are connecting at these type of locations? And I'll chronicle the fact that up at Target on City Avenue, people connected on a big transaction, gunshots and death ensued. Are we paying attention to these kind of city, suburb, close locations to make sure that these transactions are stopped?
The answer is yes to that, but I'll turn that over to DC Nash. But one of the main reasons why we allow our officers to participate in task forces, again, whether at the state level or at the federal level, is for that very reason. We recognize that crime nowadays is transitory. Carjackings, for example, we know there's a huge connection regionally, and we have a regional task force, and we've seen a lot of success from that. Same thing with the gun violence, with the task forces that we participate in with the AG, and then the task forces that we participate on for narcotics and violent crime with the FBI. So the answer is yes to that. But DC Nash, you want to talk about your folks?
Councilman Jones, to begin with, as the commissioner mentioned, the task force works beyond our borders for crimes that are occurring both from inside of our city and sometimes spreading out into other portions outside of the city. I think you're really asking about people coming from outside of the city that are engaged in some form of criminal activity within our borders. I think that there's multiple reasons for why that would happen. The shootout that happened in the Target parking lot was very sad and concerning. Yeah, it was right on the border of Montgomery County. If they had been on the other side, it would have been on Montgomery County. I think that all those individuals, I believe those were individuals from within the city. The task force that the commissioner talked about with the carjacking, which is a significant problem. Most of the victims we're seeing are city residents, but the task force has given us the ability to make sure that we're not missing things, that we're seeing any situations that run outside of the city. And in fact, the biggest one that we uncovered that was responsible for the terrible murder up in the Northeast with the individual George Brusella. He was returning his car to his mother's house, and he was shot and killed up there. Well, that had a connection to people from Yeadon and Delaware County. There was a significant intersection between Philadelphia people and Delaware County. So the problems are coming from numerous places. We have enough people inside of the city that are causing us harm, but we're always trying to focus on what can we do to make sure that nothing is slipping through. We work with partners all over the place, and I think there's always going to be people that want to come into the city to commit their sense of crime. And I know that you have a concern about narcotics from the suburbs coming in and purchasing at these small locations at the mom and pop stores. And that's a concern that our Narcotics Bureau is constantly addressing. So I hope that gives you some sense of the things we're trying to do.
To a degree, what I'm very concerned about is people posting up right around gas stations, waiting for their clients from the suburbs to come in, delivering that product, and they speed back to the suburbs. But in addition to that, in one case, in one section of my district, a police officer doesn't work in the same district in which he lives, talks about how across the street there's a gas station. Right over on the other side is an Airbnb where people have set up, get their transactions, and if those individuals want to, partake in that Airbnb, they do. If they want to partake in prostitution in that Airbnb, they do. And it is totally wrecking his quality of life. He is a good friend of this police officer, is a good friend of Member Johnson. And we are trying to figure out how we can shut those kinds of activities in those locations down. So,
Councilman Jones, the start is we have a relationship with Airbnb, and they've met with all of our police commanders to say, if there's an issue with a property that is being used as an Airbnb, they want to be made aware of it and they'll take action. So if somebody has information about an Airbnb that's gone rogue, please make sure that it gets into the hands of the district captain or a narcotics bureau, and we'll do something about it. And then as far as the deliveries go, the state of deliveries has changed dramatically over the past years, where car deliveries is the way a lot of it is being done. They're incredibly difficult. They're incredibly difficult to combat, but we have to start with, if we know there's a location where it's happening, we can set up on that. And if it's a specific location, we'll put our narcotics field unit out there, and we'll have some response to that. We'll do something about it.
well, I appreciate that, and we will forward information to you because it turns a good neighborhood bad in a heartbeat.
100%. Immediately.
So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Council President. Very quickly, just wanted to go back to the issue we discussed during the hearing with the Office of Human Resources, where we had talked about creating a pipeline and a pathway to a position as a police officer in the city of Philadelphia. And we know that with our Explorers program, I believe there's a preference that's given for any young person that completes the Explorer program when they apply to be a Philadelphia police officer. And I actually met one of the young people when I was visiting with the Police Explorers program. And so what I wanted to talk about was the opportunity to create sort of a bridge position between the end or when they age out of the Police Explorers program until the time they are eligible to apply to become a police officer. I think depending on their age, it could be 3 years in between the time they complete the program and when they can apply. And then secondly, I wanted to talk about your stance on developing a police science career and technical education program with the School District of Philadelphia to further assist us with doing career exploration with young people in our school district and moving more of them to a career in policing. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention the issue with the 5th Police District. We talked about this in our hearing with OIT and also in our appropriations hearing relative to the area in the 5th where police officers are unable to utilize their radios.
So I can just say off the top of my head, I'm very supportive of any sort of position that serves as a gap between the Explorer program and police officers. If we're able to lower the age to at least to 20.3, that obviously lessens that gap, and we won't have the same amount of problems that we're having now. But in the meantime, I don't think it's a secret. I've shared this. I am a former police explorer and then a former police cadet, which was exactly that position that you're talking about. And it was paid. I thought I was rich. I was getting paid $10 an hour part-time. But essentially what the Oakland Police Department did was kept their claws in me from a high school student and then into college. And then I naturally matriculated into the police academy because I was that much more prepared. So all of that to say, and I think I shared this too, we also had a partnership with the local community college, which also served as a feeder. So we are in full support of that. Hopefully this age requirement gets worked out and we wouldn't have to spend as much money in order to do that. But in the event that does not work out, we're totally open to exploring that. And I think some work has already, or some research has already been done about that gap position.
Commissioner, can I ask a question? What would that position look like, and what would it take for us to proceed with establishing that position in the city of Philadelphia?
I'm clicking. DC Coulter, you want to talk about that? Just what the creating a new classification position process would be?
Yeah, it would be really designing what that scope of work would be, what the training would be for that to be held, and then we would have to get all the approvals and find where they would lie in city government. I think it's a great idea to have that feeder system. I know a lot of cities do, a lot of others don't, but I think it's great to have people that are staying. Just this weekend, I ran into an explorer, and I was able to share with them that we are seeking to change the age, and he let me know that he will be 20 in August, and therefore in his mind can be eligible for a December class. And I just thought it was great to have that enthusiasm. In the meantime, I would encourage anybody to look to get into some other city employment, like the dispatcher age is not 21. And it's a way to bring yourself into law enforcement. And then if your desire there to switch over to police, you're already indoctrined somewhat into the Philadelphia system. But it is something that we would have to develop what that scope of work is and what they would be able to do underage, obviously unarmed.
Okay, I knew that would happen, and I can't come back for a fourth round. So, DC Coulter, if we could just follow up on that afterwards. I just want to know how long it would take to develop that scope of work and to, have that position in city government so that we can get that up and running sooner rather than later, because we are losing a lot of our young people either to other departments or other positions where we could just feed them into the application process with the police department more seamlessly if we had a sort of an interim position like Commissioner Outlaw described that she was a part of. And then lastly, again, for the 5th Police District in the areas where their radios are inoperable, I know we've talked in appropriations and OIT about this, but I just want to ensure that I put this on the record with you all in PPD, that I want to make sure we are taking care of the officers in the 5th Police District who are working in that area. You know the boundaries, I won't repeat them, where the radios are inoperable.
Yes, ma'am. And I believe the test is forthcoming very soon with OIT. It's scheduled for May of this year. So hopefully all those workarounds and the solutions to make sure that our officers are safe and that they can communicate will be something that's put right on the front burner and get done quickly.
Okay. So we'll wait to receive the written response from the LEAP on coverage testing. I know my colleague, Councilmember Curtis Jones, is awaiting that information, and we await that information together. So thank you very, very much for those responses. I'll follow up with the additional questions that I wanted to get a timeline on. But thank you all for your service. The journey continues.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker, and then we're going to take a break, given the length of the first witnesses, the police department. We'll take a break before we come back to the district attorney's office. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to, in my final round, to echo the concerns that were raised by Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. That tour last night in the 35th Police District was in the 9th Councilmatic District on 5th Street. Elle and I, during their presence, talked about when they are going to close one of those establishments, and particularly the smoke shops in particular, where we know illegal drug activity is occurring at many of those locations. When it comes time to go shut them down, it's just an inspector, and they need to have a police officer with them, because obviously, it's all not pleasant when you're coming to tell an entity, a business entity, particularly one that's engaging in illegal activity, that you have to close right now. So I just wanted to echo those concerns and hope that you all will go back to the table and figure out how we can make it standard operating procedure, that when they are going to do that, that the inspectors have protection with them. The final question I want to ask is that we have talked a lot about the challenges with recruitment and retention, and getting officers or people even interested in becoming officers again. The one issue that I just heard of, and I want to find out if it's just regionally in my district or if this is happening across the city. And Council President Clark, I want you to think about this like someone comes to take advantage of our, and Councilmember Squilla, our Philly First Home program, where we give them $10,000 in closing costs and down payment assistance. And then right after they move into the property, they want to find a way to flip it instead of becoming homeowners. How many officers go through training in our academy, which gives them a certain cachet when it comes to other departments, right? So it's like if I'm just think about our region, I'm not even talking about the nation now, 5-county region, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montco, right? I get through what is considered to be this tough Philadelphia training. I leave the academy and we paid for them and we've given them the training, and then right after they get our training, they get another offer. Is that just like in my region? Because I have the 2nd, I have the 35th, and I have the 14th, and I talk to my own officers because I walk and we talk about it. Is that just my district, or how is that happening in the city?
No, ma'am, it is not. It's not anecdotal either. I mean, there's talk of people in the academies now that are already talking about when they're going to go as soon as they're legally able to do so. We suggested before that it would be helpful if something could be enacted to where folks have to stay for at least 5 years, and if you leave prior to 5 years, then you have to reimburse your training costs depending on how long you stayed. So no, it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon, quite frankly, in any major city. Specifically with major cities that don't have a reimbursement schedule in place, where they do have to reimburse costs if they leave a certain amount of time. But no, you're right. It's not just in your district.
So, Commissioner, you said you've talked about making it a requirement of you have to, once you get through our training and you're a part of our department, you have to be there 4 or 5 years, and if you leave before then you have to reimburse the department for the cost of getting through our training program. Is that something that we can establish, or is that's not a directive from you? We need to do that legislatively. What has to happen there to make that happen? Is that like you decreasing the age? Or was it like when Ross said you no longer need a college degree or those 60 credits? How does that have to happen?
I don't think that's a policy level decision. I think, and I could be wrong, but I believe the current 2-year requirement is a state requirement. DC Culture, are you nodding your head?
Yeah, the requirement, though, is that we go after the entity. It doesn't say we can't go after the individual, and I think that's something we have to explore lawfully. We have 2 years to go after the entity that hired them. But as you know, our people are in the academy 9 months, so that 2 years is only a very small time frame from once they get out. So I agree with the commissioner. If we could get something that was 5 years or better, it would be a bigger commitment for those folks, knowing that they were going to have to pay back a significant amount of money. The state reimburses us for the cost of training our officers when they complete it, but we get nothing for it if they leave. So, if they're going somewhere else in the state won't go after that officer because they're still serving as a police officer. But I think to lengthen that time, and that would require, legislation of some sort. I'm sure Inspector Healy could, tell a little more, but I think
the state level deputy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
To go after anybody for the specified time, to go after the individual and not the entity. that hired them.
Fran?
Yeah, very quickly, ma'am. Just so you know, the state law goes from municipality to municipality. So if an individual leaves Philadelphia and goes to Abington, Abington would owe Philadelphia the reimbursement. That's really not that effective. So what we're looking to do, and I'm actually in the process of drafting, and I'll be working with the law department to see whether, an offer of employment is a contract. So there's a quid pro quo there where we can say, if you want this job, you need to agree to stay for 5 years. And if not, you'll reimburse any unreimbursed expenses. So I'm in the process of drafting that a document that we would actually submit to all our applicants. I just want to have that vetted through the law department, make sure they're on solid ground with it with us as well. But I have that.
Fran, you're saying that what you just described is what we have the power to do via the law department now, but to change the law, that has to be done at the state level.
The state level would be dealing with the entities between Philadelphia as well as Abington. We're looking, that's really not that effective on the individual level, because what we want to do is we want to hold the individual accountable that if he or she leaves, they're responsible. That'll have much more teeth than having people stay. We don't want people to stay forever. They don't want to, but if they want to leave, they need to reimburse the unreimbursed expenses that we get. And if we have the individual sign that agreement, then they would be held liable, not the jurisdiction that hires them or cherry picks them away from us.
And Fran, my question is, that's what we can do. We don't need enabling authority, and the state doesn't have to do it. Philadelphia can do that, and that's what you're working to make sure we're doing legally with the law department right now.
Correct. And if we need any assistance with that, I'll be the first person to let you know. But I think we'll be able to do it without legislation. I want to be involved
with that process, so please keep me posted. If there's any legislative activity that needs to take place in this council, if we need to pass some sort of resolution supporting the police department's effort to work with law to make that standard operating procedure in the city, please let us know, because that's definitely a misuse and abuse of our much needed and scarce Philadelphia resources and taxpayer dollars. So thank you all so very much. I'm glad I asked the question, Commissioner Outlaw, because I just thought it was anecdotal when I'm walking corridors talking to my guys and gals in my district, and they're like, no, such and such left. That's how I found out. I was asking about somebody, and they said, oh no, telling me they went to a sweet job in a neighboring county, and it was Bucks, and I got mad. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman and Commissioner. I think that whole issue would be lessened if you hired people to live in the city of Philadelphia from the first place. They already live here. They're not looking to go anywhere. Thank you. I couldn't take that out. I couldn't pass that opportunity to get that dig in. Councilman Thomas, did you have a question? I'm getting
Yeah, Council President, if you could hear
okay.
me,
I'm sorry.
just keeping that same energy real quick for Commissioner Outlaw and her team. When I remember listening to Deputy Commissioner Wimberly talk about how she started in another department before she became a police officer, and in that conversation, one of the things that came out of it was the department would explore the departments within the city of Philadelphia that you've had the most success recruiting other city employees to go from, the department that they're in over to the police department. I'm wondering, and this is my only question, and then we can wrap up. I'm just wondering, has there been any progress as it relates to that? Because when we spoke about this before, one of the questions that I asked was, what department do we have the most success with? Is it the water department? Is it the streets department? So I'm wondering, were we able to aggregate any numbers to figure out what department we have the most success with as it relates to recruiting city employees to leave their department and switch over to the police department? That's my only question, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman.
DC Wimberly, were we able to get that information based off of the classes that we have now? I know we have some former city employees from other assignments in current academy classes, but were we able to get that?
Ma'am, no, I don't have that information, but I'll get it.
Okay. Sorry about that, Councilmember Thomas. We'll circle back.
No, it's no problem. Thank you, Council President. I just think that could help us with recruiting Philadelphia residents. If we, I know a couple people who work in the water department, for example, who's like, hey, Councilman, this is a tough job, and I'm getting a little older. If I could transition to another department where I could better serve the city of Philadelphia, I would love that opportunity. So I just wanted to reiterate that, because I think just listening to Council President and our majority leader push for more Philadelphia residents, I think that's one of the hidden gems that already exist, because those people already live in the city, they already work for the city, and a lot of times they want an opportunity to serve in a more significant capacity. Thank you, Council President. Sorry for that.
Thank you. No problem, Councilman Thomas. Actually, to follow that up, one of the things that we found out when we went to, I think Councilmember Jones and I can't remember who else, when we went to New York to look at New York's public safety officers, there was a significant level of transition from public safety officers into the New York Police Department. It was a natural transition to that particular department. So hopefully one of these days we'll get our public safety officers up and standing. So thank you. I want to thank you all very much, Commissioner, your team, deputies, all of you all. Thank you so much for your testimony today. We'll look forward to that information that was requested prior to us concluding our budget hearings. And again, with respect to that whole issue around recruiting, please use us. We're in a very significant position to actually be very helpful with respect to our ability to interact with our citizens. So I want to thank you very much. There being no additional questions for this witness, I want to take a brief recess. Let's come back at around 2:45, where we will hear the district attorney. Thank the district attorney for his patience and willingness to delay his testimony so we can take a much needed break. Thank you all. See you back at 2:45. Thank you.